Hey everybody, welcome to News Tower. This is like an indie management strategy type game where you run a newspaper. Hey buddy, you gotta go get ready for bed, okay? Okay, so I've got two saves. I think I'm gonna show off some of like the mid-game gameplay, and the reason I'm gonna do that is the new game starts kind of slow, and it's sort of deceptively simple at the beginning. It's not a super complicated game, but there's enough extra stuff that I think is kind of interesting. So I'm gonna load up, I think this save, and this is for an achievement. If you name your newspaper the New York Times, that's why I did that. Okay, so this is our news building, and the way this game works is you have this is your globe. You have Europe, which is currently unlocked, although we might unlock that during this because we're close to being able to unlock that. But here's a map of North America. Now these are possible stories that we can report and add to our paper. You get these from these telegraph desks. So telegraphing stations. I have 5 of them up here, which means we can hear about 5 different stories at once. There's 6 different types of stories in this game. There's crime, economy, entertainment, politics, society, and sports. And they're not mutually exclusive. Some of the stories will have multiple tags within them sometimes. So here's an example. This is an entertainment story. Now, the way this would work, these are our reporters that can report on this. Right now, they're currently busy. If they weren't busy, we could send somebody out to this. This is the base value, is 1 day, but they have skills in these different things, and the more skilled they are, the less time this will take. Then once this one's completed, you can go on to the next stage here. This one, there's these story tags, and there are 3 different colors. There's like bronze, silver, and gold. And obviously, gold is the highest tier, it attracts the most readers, but it's also the hardest to get to. And so once you send your reporters out, they're going to come back between like segments of the story. They're going to come back to the tower. They drop their stories off down here at these typesetting desks. And I've got 2, I've got 1 on each side here. These typesetters, they turn these reports into text slugs. And then the text slugs go to these assembly tables. And that's where, right here, you see text slug into the newspaper itself. And all this stuff shows up. This right side is sort of like your production queue. So, I just started a week here. This is actually from the previous week that I barely didn't finish it in time. So this is a decent story. You can see we've got a gold tag here for bombshell, which is pretty cool. A silver tag for investigative, 3 bronze tags. And this was a 3-segment story. Now, if you want to, you can delete certain segments. Sometimes you may not want to run a certain tag. And not all tags are good. So down here you can see we have a lie tag on this story. There's some circumstances where you'd want to run a lie. But generally you want to avoid these negative tags. So that's the basic flow for written stories. Your telegraph guys report them to you on the map. You send reporters out. The reporters come back, drop off the stories, and then they make it into print. There's some extra wrinkles that I've unlocked. For example, I've got a photo desk and an illustrator desk here. And these are a little bit different because the photographer goes out in the field, like different stories. I don't think I have a photographer story going right now, but I'm sure we'll get to one. You send them out, and there's also an editor option here if you want to improve a story or get rid of like certain negative story traits. But so you send the photographer out like normal, but when they come back, instead, and actually the same with the illustrator, they also go out in the field. But instead of dropping their report off down here at these typesetting desks, they have to go through a whole graphics process. And that's what this second story is about. They start here. The photos have to go to the dark room first. The Illustrator desk, I believe, has to go... I think I need a graphics editor, honestly, to use this because... Yes, I do. I need a graphics editor to use that Illustrator, I think. But anyways, let's talk about the photo flow. So the photo desk, he goes out and brings back a negative right here. In the dark room, it gets processed into just a photo. Then it goes here to the repro camera, turns the photo into a halftone graphic. Then the halftone graphic gets turned into a engraved graphic. And then the engraved graphic goes all the way back down to the assembly table, where it then gets put into the paper. So you can see it's a significantly more detailed production. It takes a while to get through that whole process. Another small note about this game, if you have workflow on the same floor, these guys will walk back and forth. So for example, our photographer goes out, brings back negatives. Photographer's going to drop them off at the darkroom. Because these are on the same level, the darkroom guy will go hand it off to the repro guy, who will go hand it off to the chemical engraver. Now, this is not true between floors. You have to have a resupply guy, and I think I have one over here, specifically, not that guy, this guy, specifically dedicated to item transport. He walks over, takes it from the chemical engraver down to the assembly tables. My first playthrough, I didn't realize that, so I would have things finish here and just pile up and pile up. Because, you know, I'd see other people moving between stations. I didn't realize there was a floor limitation to that. This is our vertical access. We have an elevator here. This is our actual printer. At the end of the week, this thing is what runs it off. We've got various, there's like janitors. This is like a different cleanup person, repair guy. I do have a text editing desk. I need to add a graphics editing desk. So this is basically the purpose of these things. These are the reporter's desks. You can stack different things in the background to give them bonuses. So for example, this solar system poster gives +2 to society reporting. And these are my society reporters over here. This is politics, crime, entertainment, and so on. And then they have various needs. There's like a comfort system where you can see this floor with the printing press has a lot of heat and noise, as you would expect. That's all these orange bars. Your people don't really want to be around that. I wonder why this is so loud right here. Oh, this guy, it's because this guy's a loud guy. He normally works in here where nobody's bothered by his noise, but he's at the water cooler disrupting everybody. That's a little bit too close to home. Coworkers. But this green means they like the area. So most of this is green. You do want to keep it green, otherwise all your people have a focus stat right here. Well, I guess the focus is affected by all three of these. You have vision, as long as your place is lit up, should be fine. Bathroom, nutrition, and then comfort. Obviously, I just have a bathroom on every floor, and then I have a little water cooler thing by the elevator. So that's the basic flow at your building. Now, there's an extra level here. This is like the map of the area. You start here, and then you can expand in neighborhoods by completing stories that they want. So, for example, if we want to go down here to Gravesend, they want us to print a story with these tags: defeat, alarming, dirt, and statement. You can see this little icon means we have 2 of these already in production, so this would be pretty easy to complete. There's also buildings that give you like special bonuses. So for example, if we want to unlock Europe, we would need to unlock this European telegraphing station. This would give us stories from Europe. You unlock most of this stuff, so this is sort of like a combination, like progress, tech tree sort of thing. Some of the buildings just have bonuses, like this improves your sports reporting. So you can get use influence, obtain this, and put it in your tower. And then you have two competitors. There's this guy over here who has the purple towns right over here. Then the second one is up here. This lady has the orange towns, sort of on the west side of the map. And to knock them out, you have to go take all their stuff, which takes a little bit. There's 4 different factions that'll give you quests. There's a mayor here. There's a sort of high society thing. It's currently locked, but she'll be back next week. There's a mafia hideout. Looks like they don't want to talk to us either. And then a navy ship down here. So those 4 factions, we'll see. It'll make more sense at the end of the week. Sharon, I don't think there is a South America. If you scroll through here, it just goes Europe, North America. I don't think they actually added that. And having played with Europe, I think it makes sense having one extra continent as like extra flavor, because the European stories, they're usually a bit more like involved, but you get extra tags out of it. So like you might, by default, you get a silver tag for European news, and then you might get some other cool stuff, but it takes a while. You also have to choose how to get there. You can go by boat, which takes longer, but is cheaper. They have Zeppelin as sort of like a hybrid option, and then plane is the fastest, but you have to pay, obviously, to fly over. And there's upgrades for everything in this game, but you can get like discounts on that up here at this airport. There's a ton of stuff in these various buildings. It's, I think, probably one of the more complicated parts of the game, because you might want to say, like, when you're starting out, you know, hey, I want to add an extra paper, because you start out with just the ability to print a 2-page paper. You only have 2 unlocked at game start, so you might go, hey, I want to do a 3rd page. Where is that? If you know what you're doing, you know it's right down here. This Industry City Harbor, you can unlock right here, additional page modules, and they get pretty expensive. They get 64 influences, quite a bit. And they also have upgrades for different typesetting things. But a lot of these upgrades are not super intuitive. Now, it does help down here in this legend. They have like different types of upgrades. So like telegraph upgrades, you hover over this. Okay, here's your 2 radio towers. If we want to do advertising in the paper, there's your ad agency right here. This lets you get ads in the paper. Those aren't really a huge part of the game, but they can make you some extra money. So I'm just going to start playing. I know that was like a lot of warm up, but I know it's a little bit funky to jump into a save midway, so I wanted to explain it before just, you know, clicking through things without explaining. Now, we have missions here at the top. This is a neighborhood mission that we already have stories in all these categories, so that's easy enough. Now, this one, this is the mayor wants us not to print any politics stories, and then he also wants to see, he'll pay us for hopeful stories, and you find these in Econ and Society. So I'm going to tell our reporters here to go for, you can tell them to prioritize different types of stories. So let's do Econ and Society. Maybe we'll try to get some hopeful tags. And then as far as these base ones, we already have them in production. So, and then these are security guys. You can sometimes get attacked by mobsters and protesters. These security guys will help disperse that. So, and we're still reporting a bunch of stories from last week also. Okay, here's a reporter coming back with their story. They go up the stairs here, drop it off at one of these desks. This means the story is waiting for further action. I'm gonna wait, excuse me, wait for the reporters to drop their stuff off first. Okay, let's take a look at that. So this is a 2-part story. We completed this top part that unlocks the bottom half here, and Wilson, this is our best crime reporter, so she can go deal with that. This is a fairly complicated story. You've got 3 sections here. Once you've done all those, it unlocks this last tier. This risk of boycott, this is an advertising boycott, and since I haven't unlocked that in this run yet, it doesn't bother me, so we can go ahead and report on this. Let's send our best politics guy here. Our best econ. Of course, he's also our best econ guy, but that's fine. And then these other ones don't matter. We'll send them all out like so. And then this is a entertainment story. This does have... okay, we're looking... I thought we were looking for inspiring. We're looking for hopeful, so it's fine. We'll still report this. Oh, you know what? That was a politics story, wasn't it? Never mind. I actually don't want to do this story because this has politics. I'm going to call these guys back. And we're going to dump this story. So this basically throws this story away. And we'll get a new one reported. Because I'd like to complete this guy's mission if possible, but... yeah, getting the security things helps a lot with the mobsters. Otherwise, they're kind of a pain. They go around and like break up a bunch of your furniture or like office equipment, and then your repair guy has to spend forever. It's kind of disruptive. So yeah, that's actually one of the first things I unlock. It's here at this police station, which you can unlock really quickly. You just start and go this way, and then you can unlock right here. And it's pretty cheap. I just put them right by the entrance, so... okay, so you can see since we dumped those stories, these telegraph stations are picking up new ones. So we'll speed up. Okay, we had some lawsuits. It's kind of expensive. You can build a legal desk for this, but I haven't done that yet. Okay, so that should be 3 new stories. So we can take a look at these. Okay, this is an entertainment story with a whole bunch of tags, including a gold one at the end. It's also got hopeful, which is exactly what we're looking for. So you can go start on that. This one does not have a hopeful tag, but that's okay. This one, you have to choose one path. So, yeah, if you want to micro hiring and firing, you can, but I can't be bothered. There's a lot of stuff you can micro in this game, so here's another example. You can order, you have to order like paper and food and stuff. Now, you can drag this stuff like up to the printer, like so. I can't be bothered with all that, so I just let the resupply people do it. But yeah, you can definitely hire and fire. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the paper. Okay, so let's go do... let's go get the extra tag here. Why not? And then up here, we'll go for this tag. We'll send this guy. That's fine. This is this is a pretty chill week. These are pretty easy requirements. That's not always the case. Next week, I'll go for something trickier. Okay, bring some stories back. I like to send these guys out in waves. So, like, I'll wait for everybody to come back. And now everybody's available again. So you can go back out. And you can go back out. Got some new stories. We're looking for hopeful tags. I don't see one there. This is the number of new stories you have left this week. So it is not an infinite amount. And I'm not sure if this scales with time or the number of desks you have, but it definitely starts out lower than this. Okay, this one you have to pay a bribe to get the story. I don't care enough to do that, so we're just going to dump that story. This one, if I send somebody, they're probably going to get hurt. I don't want to do that either. Now, if we had to do those to complete a mission or something, I would, but they're not required here, so not going to. Okay. Alright, send those guys out. Okay, let's wait for our reporters to come back. You can hear that little honk sound when they come back. Okay, finish this one up. Now we have, I think, what are we at? 4 pages. You can fit 3 items per page. So we have enough room for 12 different items. Right now we have 10 in production, and we're midweek. You print on Sunday. Right now it's Thursday. Okay, let's send this. And that's fine. Okay. Let's check this one. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, this is like a breaking news thing. These pop up every once in a while. You basically, what this does is if you want to boost to a certain category for that week, like for example, this would boost our society tag. First thing to do is look and see how much society we have in production. Not a lot. We only have 2 because you have to kind of drop what you're doing. You only have 1 day to complete this. So you basically have to like recall people, send them out, drop everything. Sometimes that's worth it. Here, I don't care. Now, one thing I will say is this is a small touch and a lot of people may not care about this. I think they went through actual newspaper records to pull events for this game. So, for example, this coal mine disaster, I'm going to look it up because I think it's a real thing and it probably even happened right around this time. So, okay, I just Googled it. Wikipedia has a 1932 Moquia coal mine disaster in Illinois, happened in December of 32, and we're in December of 32. So, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm like a history nerd. That's really cool to me. They could have done this with just like a random system, you know, randomly generate cities and different things, but instead you'll actually get stuff popping up about like Charles Lindbergh. I think their child was like kidnapped and there was a whole ransom thing. It's a kind of a crazy story. It's in the game. Sports stuff, all these different categories have real events, and that's cool to me. I don't know. I know that's weird. Also, I really like the art style and UI in this game. It's clean. It tells you what you need to know, but it's clean. It's functional. It looks good. Because at its heart, this is not a super complicated game, but what it is, so it's a pretty simple game, but they've put a lot of like sort of optional layers on top of it. And we'll get to some of those when we're ready to print the paper. But they've added enough that it's interesting without being like overwhelming. Because it's really not like an overwhelming game, and it's actually on the easier side too. It's hard to fail at this game unless you don't understand it, which my son tries to play this. He's 5. He doesn't understand it and always runs out of money. But if you know how to read, let's say, the game is not particularly hard, I wouldn't say. Okay, let's send these guys back out. Okay. I don't want to deal with the injury risk here, so we'll drop it. The injury thing is kind of rough. Yeah, you can go report that. That's fine. Okay. And I like you. There's optional micromanagement, but if you don't want to deal with it, you can hire employees and just sort of like, as long as you do the story part, you can sort of just watch them work. You don't have to, drag things from station to station. And I like that part of it. So once you know what you're doing, this is kind of like a chill, hey, I'm going to play some News Tower, listen to a podcast, like watch a video, watch a streamer kind of game. And those can be fun. Okay, let's see what we got here. So we probably have enough stories, but it doesn't hurt to keep going out for next week and also to build XP on these guys. Oh, here we go. Here's a photographer. Let's do this. And sure. Okay, here's another photographer with 2 gold tags. That's pretty good. And okay. Okay, we're getting killed with lawsuits. You know what I need? There's an upgrade for lawsuits that I should really get. I think it's like... there's a courthouse. Here it is. I think I need to get this in a bad way. But so this is really the biggest break on your progress, because money comes to you fairly easily. But this thing, influence points, I sort of prioritize above all else, because this is what lets you get cool new stuff, basically. So previous week story, yeah, this one does have 1 negative modifier. So yeah, if we have new stories, we might drop this one. We'll see. the choosing what to print is sort of like its own mini game, and I think it's kind of fun. It's almost like a puzzle-ish thing where you can balance like, okay, do I just want to make as much money as possible? Do I want to try to like shift our reputation a little bit? Do I just care about completing our mission, sort of our agendas for this week? There's a decent number of choices involved in that, which I kind of like. Okay, we'll send our photographer out here. And okay, this means this reporter's on their way back to the office. So if we just speed up, looks like she's back. Go right back out, and then you can go to this. But I'd be interested. I'd say it's the chances of a dev watching this are slim to none. But I'd be curious what process they went through to pull all the historical events. Like, did they just dig through old papers and pull like items from the 6 different categories? Did they have like AI assistance with that or something? Because it's not a big team. It's I think the studio's first game. But I don't know, that part of it's really cool to me. Okay, let's speed up. Okay, Sunday morning, time to roll the presses. Now, you actually, this is a little bit misleading. You don't have to print right away. You have until midnight. So let's take a look at how many stories we have. So it's 3, 6, 9. Okay, we have 12 ready to print. Now, this one's going to be ready in like 2 hours. If we'd rather have this one versus the lie story up here. I don't mind printing the lie. I know that doesn't really sound like a responsible newspaper publisher. It's not that bad of a penalty. This is an okay story. We'll be able to get some synergy bonuses, so I'm just going to print the lie. I know that's maybe an ethical failure, but we're doing it. So now, as far as printing, so I'll scroll through our pages here. Your first page, this top banner headline, gives you a ×3 multiplier. So generally, you want to put like your biggest, best story here with the most tags. In our case, it's probably one of these two. They both have a gold tag. This one has a silver, but this one has more bronzes. So let's test it out. So this is the board of the results. So if we printed with just this is how much money we'd make. We'd make like 5 grand. Now, if we were to swap the story out for this one, okay, it's pretty close. This other one's a little bit higher, so we'll probably go for that one. Now, there's also sort of a like newspaper direction where there's informational papers, moderate, and then sensational. And there's sort of like benefits and drawbacks of each, including like if we were to print now, this competitor would steal 20% of our sales, so we don't want to end up on this tile. Different stories can move your direction around depending on where you put them. So like if we didn't want to shift to the right, we could bury the story back here where there's no modifier, if that makes sense. So I don't think, if we can, I'd love to get over here to the left. I don't know if that's going to happen. Depends on the stories we have. If we end up over here to the right with no penalty, that's fine too. Now, the other thing you want to do is you want to match tags together. So if you think, in a regular paper, you've got like the sports section or, economic section, you kind of can do the same thing here with matching tags. So like entertainment, we've got, this is entertainment tag. So you see how we've got that blue synergy modifier. They call them tag combos because both stories have that tag. I'm sure we can get some more here. This gossip tag we have a few of. Any other entertainment stories? Maybe not. So let's go to the next page, and we're gonna put this one here. This was that one's not ready actually. Hang on. This one. So we'll put this one here, and then this is like a crime story. Let's see. Yeah, we definitely have some other crime. So this one actually has 2 tag combos, crime and alarming. And we have a 3rd crime right here. So this is sort of like the crime page. It's kind of cool. And then for the 3rd page, let's do a... we could do a sports thing back here. So let's do this sports thing, and then we'll put the lie story back here. So even though we have the lie, we're getting 2 of the tag combos off it. So that's nice. And what else can we do here? No other sports stories? Okay. Let's do this back page is going to be society. Actually, we can get a triple combo here, so that's kind of cool. So that's going to be all society news. And then we can just go back and backfill these other 2. This one, we get a bonus for both of these, actually. And then... You know what, let's do all the econ on the front page. And then we'll just drop this entertainment story here in the back. So this is how much we'd make off this, is like 9,500. If we flip the board, we can see we're just to the right of these. I don't think it's possible for us to get this far to the left. And the reason is the stories for this week are a lot of sensational, which is the right pushing stories. So even if we were to push those out of the way, like look at this, right, 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 right. Okay, there's 2 lefts. Actually, so if we really want to prioritize it, we might be able to get over here, but I think I'd rather make the money. I mean, this is a decent trade. You can train people with things as well. I don't know. I'm just going to keep it simple. I'll just run our best stuff, make the most money possible. So then when you're ready to print, you hit start. You can also look and make sure you're completing your missions up here. So we've got green checks. That's good. Green checks. Hit start. There's a big emergency fee here because we don't have enough paper in the printer. We need 1,000. I should have ordered more paper. Oh well. So then we print, and they've got a little graphic here of it going through the various modules, which is kind of cool. And then here's our paper. You can see how it does. 319,000. They comment off these tags. So tragic tag, bombshell tag. Here's how much you make just off like loose sales, and then the subscribers you get from picking up those neighborhoods. No ad revenue yet. And then... Okay, we already had this neighborhood, so this gives us additional influence. You can sort of get a neighborhood twice. The first time you're just picking up subscribers. The second time you're getting influence. So we gained a bit of influence there, which is nice. And then we completed, this is the mayor's agenda. So the mayor's reputation went up and the mafias went down. Generally, so these are the 4 different groups I was showing on the map. Hi, Dan. Welcome to the stream. Generally, there's always a trade-off. Like, if we do something for the mayor, the mafia is not going to like it, and vice versa. If we do something for high society, the general's not going to like it. Very rarely you can get a mission that only is positive. And usually it's worth picking those up and trying to do them. Otherwise, your reputation stays pretty low here. And then here's our perception and the calendar. So this is coming up next month. So we obviously want to get over here to the middle. And that should be doable because we're so close. I'm not sure what's happening there, Dan, or what you're saying, but that's okay. And then you can see your employees develop over time. So they start as like juniors, and then as you play, they become like senior employees and give you some buffs. So that's cool. You do have to pay them more though, obviously. Okay, so you can set our agenda for next week. And this is a combination of, these are the 4 different faction missions. So last time we did the mayor, he just wants us to sell a lot of newspapers. That's pretty straightforward. I kind of like that, might do that. Society lady wants us to print education and no entertainment. I already have entertainment in the works, probably not going to do that. Mafia wants us to print a red herring story, which is a negative modifier. Probably not going to do that either. then the general just wants us to print politics. So my favorite of those is just to sell newspapers, because I'm going to do... What can we go for here? I'm going to go for one of these takeover things. Probably one of these more aggressive ones. Maybe up here. That's 5. Because you can get a lot of influence. Well, actually, the best way to do this is to pair it with... Every once in a while, these guys will give out missions. These are called scoops. When you go and try to take a town from a rival or a competitor, whatever you want to call these guys, these are like specific stories you have to get to quickly enough before they get there first. And sometimes these guys will give you an agenda to print a bunch of scoops, and it's possible to farm a lot of influence, which is kind of nice. So they just want newspapers. So we could still do that, because I kind of want to unlock the low-rise building. We were talking about that in Discord earlier. And to do that, I'm going to have to knock out all these orange guys. So let's just start up here. I think we can do this. So those are our 2 agendas. Start the week. And the first thing I want to do is prioritize... Here, we need to buy some paper. Get a few things of paper. I want to prioritize the stories where these things might pop up. Oh, illustration is going to be hard because I think we need a graphics desk for that. Because I think this draft illustration has to go to a graphics desk before it can go here. Yeah, see how that says draft graphic? And I don't think we need 10 influence, so that's going to be tricky, but we'll see. So now this story, statistics, is most likely to show up in sports and economy. So let's do sports, economy. Statement is likely to show up in crime and politics. That's those 2. Politics and econ, we already have those. And then crime and econ, we have those. And I'm going to start dropping these other stories. So see how this is an illustration story, but we need the ones that have this sort of like flashing light. These are the scoops. So this would not qualify for that. So we're going to dump most of these. Yeah, we're actually going to drop all these and get new stories. Well, okay, we're not dropping this one. We're kind of committed to that one. Okay. So here's the photographer guy with a negative. So you're going to see him come up, and instead of dropping off down here, he's going to take the elevator up, and I think he's going to the dark room with that. Okay, got a bunch of reporters coming back. Can you ban it for the week? No, that doesn't work. Maybe that's a previous feature that they removed, Sharon. Now, because what'll happen is as these get depleted, the light goes red. That means there's nothing left, and it'll shift to the other ones. And once all your green lights are red, it just goes to whatever's left. They could have changed it. Totally possible. Okay. So here's our photo negative. You can also zoom in quite a bit. I know it's not super useful to do that, but like, I don't know. I think this art style is kind of cool. So he's going to drop off the negative here in the dark room. This guy's going to get started on it, and we're going to send that guy right back out. And now let's look at our stories. So here's a scoop story. You can see right here. This is an unrest scoop. So that's good. We will send this guy out to get started on that. This is not a scoop, so we're dropping it. We'll work that. Not a scoop, so we're dropping it. So we'll try again. If you want to complete most of these scoops, you have to drop a lot of the early stories. So let's go up here, and you can, this is your progress towards your next stories. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, we've got actually a whole bunch. We've got 4 scoops at the same time. So, let's see. This is statement scoop. Sounds good. This is the illustration scoop. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that. We'll see. We're going to test it out. It's worth going for. And then down here, this is statistics. This is a story with influence, so these are usually worth going for anyways. Although this one's going to take a minute. That's fine. Yep, let's get started. And this is the boycott thing, but guys, joke's on them. We have no ad deals to lose, so no problem. Okay, so let's wait for those guys to come back. As you start researching stories, you'll see the folder icon. This means you're currently in progress on a statistics story. Now, that doesn't apply if you're down the line. So you see, we haven't gotten to this one yet. This is not lit up. Once we assign somebody, it'll have that folder sign up there. Okay, let's fast forward till those guys come back. Okay. Okay, let's send this guy back out, and when we do that, you'll see this thing pop up right there. Okay, let's go. I'm going to send the more experienced lady to the tougher location. This spy thing's a little bit annoying. We might get infiltrated here, and the spy just gives you like some bad story modifiers, but we got lucky, so we actually got away with that one. You can go there. We're going to send our illustrator out, even though I'm not sure if that's going to work. And yeah, okay. Okay, this is... So we only have one scoop left that we need. I don't think that was showing up in any of these, was it? So I might keep going for that. No, we're not getting that. So let's dump this story. We still have quite a few left. Once I have all of these in production, then we can move on to like printing other things. Okay, here's next wave of reporters is back. And you can go there. Okay, we keep getting lucky. The spies are not a huge deal. Okay, and... Okay, let's see our new things here. Still no alarming scoop. So I'm going to keep dropping these until we get one. Let's focus on crime and econ to try to get this last one, and then once we have this story in production, I'll actually undo these restrictions. Okay. You know, is this our illustrator guy? So maybe this does work. Draft illustration, so he takes it here. Okay, so it is working. So he took the illustration to this... Guys, I don't even know what a repro camera is. I'm sure it's a real thing, but I don't know that much about like 1930s newspaper printing technology. I do know a little bit about how they would actually form like the text slugs. There's a documentary on when the New York Times shifted from the hot metal typesetting to like digital. I think it was, I want to say it was like 70s or 80s. It wasn't fully digital. It was just no longer like analog, if that makes sense. It's really interesting doc, like the end of an era. Let's see. You got inspired by my EU4 Zoroastrian Crusade video? Well, I'm glad to hear it. So would you do a similar kind of run? Okay, still not seeing the story I want, so we're going to keep dropping them. It's got to show up eventually. Oh, you tried on EU5. Man, Zoro and EU5, I messed with just really briefly, and it's tough sledding. Is that your experience too? Just flipping Zorro, you have to change the game rules. Because by default you start too small. Like I think whatever tag I was only like 30% Zorro, and the game didn't want to do it. Your run collapsed? Oh, sorry. I'm not super surprised. See, this is a cool story. Should athletes be amateur or professional? NCAA committee office. They even have like a little city map here. These may not be accurate, but I don't know. The stories are cool. Man, we're really not getting this alarming tag, are we? That's unfortunate. Let's just go get this photo tag. Diesel engine aircraft crashes. Diesel engine too dangerous. Man, I don't think there have been many diesel engine aircraft. Maybe this is why. Maybe they looked into it and it, I wonder why that is. I'm starting to think this might not be happening. We only have 4 stories left. These are the last ones I'll drop, probably. Maybe we'll get lucky. This game is called News Tower. It just came out 1.0. I know it's been in early access for a while. I had it on my wish list, but it recently came out 1.0, and I figured, you know what, I'll give that a shot. It looks kind of fun, and it is. I think it's on sale for $20. For $20, I think it's worth the money. Okay, we have to pay a bribe, and we get a lawsuit out of this. That's not worth it. So we are going to drop that story. And we're to the point where I'm just going to take whatever stories we get. So I will send this. I don't think this tag is happening, unfortunately. Maybe we missed it. I think the game gives you enough stories to complete these if you play it perfectly. We might have done a branching thing and missed it. That can happen. Okay, let's see. Or it could show up at the last second, but I actually think, I mean, we're out of... This is it for stories. We must have missed it. Kansas City coal factory gas explosion. Yikes. That's crazy. 180 miners killed in the blast. So what are we still in? Are we in January of 33? Okay. Protest against hunger. Sure, we'll report on that. So that's it for stories for this week. So we did kind of burn through them fast trying to get to this scoop. I must have just missed it, which does happen. So we kind of go fast here. Once you're out of stories for the week, once the reporters are done, there's really not much for them to do. You can see they're all just... This is, for those of you who work in an office, this is a lot like, you know, the Tuesday and Wednesday before Thanksgiving. There's a lot of this. Okay, what's this question mark? What are we... Okay, they're doing the photo process. And we should still be pretty good in terms of paper content. We've got... Yeah. Let's see, 3, 6, 9. We have 11. And this thing's going to finish Sunday evening, so we can get this photo in. It's currently here at the chemical engraver. And I know I said I don't micro, but I actually am going to micro this one because we're a little bit tight on time. So, okay, so this thing just spat it out here. If we wanted to wait, this guy would go pick it up and bring it down. If you just want to speed things up, you can go drop it on the assembly table here. This guy will get working right away. Yeah, it does sort of represent, like, the rise of journalism. Yeah, I agree. And they picked a time period with a lot of news. Like, once we unlock Europe, there's a lot of stuff about, like, the rise of fascism and Hitler in Germany. And there's a lot of news. 1930s were a busy decade in both North America and Europe. And so they picked a great time period for that. Okay, so he finished. Let's go to print. We'll see if we hit the 420,000. I'm actually not sure. We do have a lot of pretty good tags though. So like we can put 3 photos on the front page, which is pretty wild. So I think this is our best story here. 2 gold tags is pretty solid. Movie scandal, hidden alcohol contraband. You can see there's our little image. It doesn't look like much, but a lot of effort went into that. So hopefully our readers appreciate that. And then let's get the bonuses for having all the photographs here. So there we go. There's our diesel plane. Really not a lot of text to that story, but that's okay. Big picture. And then we got some guy getting a medal. Okay, that's pretty cool. This is probably our second best story here. Let's see, do we have any other crime stuff? Oh, we have one old story from the previous week. So if you don't have space to run a story one week, it will roll over to the next, but it comes with an old news negative tag. Now, if we don't print this week, this old news story this week, if we let it roll over again, it just drops off. So you cannot sit on these old news tags indefinitely. Okay, let's see if we got any synergies here. Looks like this one has, so this is crime and gruesome. And that may be it for that page. Page 3, we could actually get a triple synergy on statistics. So this is actually a pretty good story here. And then we've got statistics here and here. Even though this is old, that's fine. We have space to run everything this week. Here's our illustration. A little bar chart. That's kind of cool. Educational, illustration, society. The way these tags work, I think, is kind of a cool touch. I mean, it's pretty core to the game, but... And then we have this last story we'll just drop in here. So we're actually going to meet this. So this is our total sales estimation is 467.5. So that completes the agenda and makes quite a bit of money. So that's cool. We didn't get our last scoop, which is a little bit of a bummer. But 6 gold tags, that's a pretty good paper. Let's flip this over and see where we end up. So we end up right in the middle and we unlock a random object. So that's great. So I'm good to print this thing. And we still are not getting nearly enough paper. Emergency fee is hefty, but I mean, this thing will make plenty of money, so this is not a huge deal. Let's roll. Record sales. That's what I like to see. I like this sample text they have for statistics. All models are wrong, but some are useful. That's a good quote. Okay, you can see our money go up. Now this is before expenses, so 28.6, and then we got 4 out of 5. It's a little bit unfortunate because we'll have to come back to clean this up, but when we do, it'll be super easy just to get 1 scoop, so that's fine. And improving our reputation here a little bit. See what we unlock. Okay, baseball bat for sports reporting. We'll put one of those on the sports desk because I think those are pretty small, should fit in. So for next month, we want to go a little bit to the right to get this fancy vent. There is like a prestige system, and then you can watch a bunch of our money go into wages. Right here. But it's fine. We still made money. You can see the breakdown of our junior employees and senior employees. And this guy got promoted. Okay. And you can see we unlocked a mega scoop here. This is a 6 item scoop. Although, guys, it's tempting. Honestly, it's kind of tempting. Let's see if we get an agenda for it. Maybe the mayor. Nah. My favorite agenda is the one where you just are asked to print scoops. Okay, so we've got politics. Red herring is pretty easy. Maybe we do the red herring. I think we do. Okay, so we're gonna print red herring. And then I'm going for this. Yeah, it's ambitious, but hey, so are we. Okay, we need to buy some stuff. 1, 2, 3. Let's do a 4th, I guess. We were really, really short. Let's save also. Yeah, the specialization of journalists is kind of cool. The way I do it, I'm sure there's many strategies, but what I found is most convenient is, so each reporter, there's 6 different topics, but each reporter can only cover 3. So you could have just 6 reporters all over the place. What I do is I have 2 chunks of 3 basically. So over here on the left side, these journalists can report economy, politics, and society. All 3 of these have the same groupings. And then on the right, it's the mirror image. It's crime, entertainment, sports. And they're all that way. And it just makes it easier in my head versus, you know, if you have 6 and it's just random all over the place, you might accidentally send the wrong one. It's a little bit harder to manage. If you're into managing that and min-maxing it, this is maybe not the most ideal way to do it, but yeah, it's convenient, so that's something. So it also makes putting the bonus items easier. Although I probably, once I have enough room, oh, I guess I didn't talk about tower expansion. You can keep building this thing up, it just gets progressively more expensive. But you start, I think you start with 2, either start with 1 or 2. So I've already expanded this thing a number of times. But, okay, yeah, we're gonna get baseball bats, and let's see, so this one would give a bonus over here. Yeah, okay. Yes, there is a power limit, which we're actually at. You see we're at 50 out of 50, which means the next floor, or maybe over here, is going to be a big loud generator. And I could put this here and just wall it off. But yeah, that's how you expand. Yeah, you're right about power. And you have to like bring coal up to that thing. It's kind of a pain, so... Okay, so we want a red herring and then a whole bunch of this stuff. So let's see, illustration could be anywhere. So this is econ, society, sports, econ, anywhere, econ, society, exclusive. Okay, so start looking. Start looking, guys. Okay, let's see. All right, there's one right off the bat. That's what I like to see. And just like last week, okay, there's a red herring. Actually, we are going to go get that. There's another red herring. Would I rather have this one? Which one's easier? So both are 3-steppers. This one we have to bribe. This one we do not. Mobsters I don't care about because we have security. I think I like this one more. So I'm going to call her back, dump this story, and we'll go get this one. I'd rather deal with the mobsters. It's once you have security, the mobsters are not a big deal. Okay, and then let's get some more stories. Okay, we got 2 more scoops. Perfect. 2 in this one, that's great. And 1 in this one. Okay. And let's see what we got here. Man, we got so many scoops, we can't even keep up. So I'm keeping this story even though all my reporters for this like society beat are occupied, but it's okay. We'll keep it up. Okay, so let's wait for the first wave of reporters to come back. Also, look at all these boxes down here, paper boxes. So there's a couple items that in theory let you move stuff around really fast. First thing, this elevator, you do not start the game with elevators. You start with stairs, but the elevator is a lot better, so I kind of rush it. Now, you can get these pneumatic tubes that go from station to station. Haven't totally figured those out yet. And then this dumbwaiter is supposed to help you move boxes. It didn't work when I tried to use it in my first playthrough. I don't know if that's bugged or it's totally possible that's a skill issue. So, I don't know. Okay, let's wait for our first wave to come back. Okay. Obviously, we'll go for the scoop here. And let's do... you're our best crime reporter. You can go here. Man, we've gotten lucky. I think since the stream started, I've like gotten lucky on all the events. But that will change with time, so don't worry. Okay, let's... Okay, wait for that wave to come back. Okay. Get some influence out of this story too, which you always like to see. It's kind of why I want to unlock Europe, is the European stories have a lot of good modifiers, including influence. So, you know what? Actually, how much is that going to cost me to do? 16. Okay, that's doable. All you need is like a good month, and you can get a decent amount of influence. The European stuff, it's not fundamentally different. They're just... it adds a transit time mechanic, and you sort of that cost trade-off if you want to pay for a plane or not. And then they're usually more involved in terms of like steps, but you get rewarded for the extra time, so it's cool. Okay, you can go get that red herring story. And what is this? Okay. You can go start on that. And you can start on this. Injury sucks, but it's got an exclusive tag here, so... Okay. So I actually think we have most of these scoops in production. This is the illustration scoop, although getting an illustration done in time is going to be real dicey because it's already Thursday and illustrations take forever. That may not happen, but if it doesn't, oh well. And then this one is... Let's pay this bribe. So this is just a little mini game. You have to get the handshake done before the bar completes. You can see it drifts like a little bit. Probably one more. Okay. Risking life limit for red herrings. Yeah. And let's see if we get a... Okay. I don't know if my client is like bugged. I've never had this level of luck with these events. There's training you can do where you can send your employees to get extra bonuses. You know, it might be worth doing that. Like this line worker one, it actually is probably really good, but I think I need to do that on a slow week. I'm not sure that this is a slow week. Okay, we got reporters back. So this illustrator, I mean, 1 day, 13 hours just to get the illustration back, and then it's got to go through the whole chain. This illustration is not happening in time. Oh, and we lost this one. I don't think we took too long. Maybe we did. We're kind of getting a lot of other scoops, so we weren't going to complete it anyways, so it's all good. Yep, she stole that one, so do we still want to risk getting hurt for this? So I do, but you see how we've got these two journalists or reporters are significantly better than this one. If there's a risk of injury, guys, this is a business tale as old as time. Send the new guy. What happened to Jim? Man, I don't know what's going on with the client. It's a pre-recorded stream or something. Okay, so now that we've done all these, I can undo this, and we can just report whatever, just to fill it. We may get a couple of these done in time, maybe not. But even if we don't, it always helps building XP. So Okay. So I wonder, I'm just curious where that illustration is. It's still at the, okay, at the illustrator desk. There's no chance this is going to be done in time. Zero chance. 2.5 days. Yeah, not happening. I should always stream for plus 10 luck. Yeah, and this is crazy because that's what, like 5 in a row? We could get more reporters. So yeah, I mean, that's the fun thing about these games is, yeah, you can always decide, okay, what's our next expansion? You know, I could get more Telegraph desks for more stories to sift through at one time. I could expand the reporting pool. You know, instead of having 3 of each, we go 4 of each. You can choose like which choke points to open up. Now, one drawback of that is reconfiguring your tower in the mid to late game is a pain in the butt. And the game, like, does give you some cool things. Like, you can drag all these people around together. I'm not going to do that because they're busy. Where can I show an example of that? Like the printer, you can drag things together, which can help. So, for example, say we open up a new floor, which I'm not quite ready to do, but we will probably do in this stream in probably, I don't know, the next 45 minutes, maybe an hour. You build your new floor, and then you have to figure out, okay, what's going up there? Do I want to like move existing floors up? You know, this floor, do we move up? Probably not. So it's a little bit counterintuitive. The reporters and telegraph guys, you don't need close to the door because it's pretty rare that these guys are at their desks. They're almost always in the field. And then the telegraph guys are the opposite. They're always at their desks, but they don't really need to go anywhere else. You know, it's not like these guys are bringing, you know, work product down to different floors. So, and that's sort of why I have these guys clustered, is most of these stations interact. These are like maintenance. This is a random text editing desk. It's probably not the best place for it, but all these other things sort of interact with each other. And yeah, I have a toilet. Yeah, exactly. That's why I have these guys. They just need water, toilet. These guys never have to leave this floor. They're chained up there. It's 1933. The working regulations were different. These people, nobody takes time off. These reporters will report for you around the clock. And you can actually go, I think you can go quite high. At least the game engine lets you go quite high. I don't know what the floor limit is, but I like how they did this background. And there's like ships that'll sail in the background here. Sort of like a 2D like cutout overlay system. It's kind of cool. I don't think this game is for everybody. Games of this type are obviously never for everybody. But I don't know. It kind of clicked with me, so that's why you guys have to suffer through it. If it clicks with me, you can look and see. I'm checking when these stories are going to be done. So this is the one with that illustration. It's going to be done Monday evening. Obviously, that's too late. This one's going to be done Sunday night, so we can print that. Sunday morning, we can print that. And this is Monday morning, so we'll get a couple more of these done. You can see this guy's working on one, and then we should have another one coming down. Where is this one? Okay, it's on the typesetter. It's right here. This is our last story for the week. So this guy's gonna go pick it up, and then, man, he's gonna have to hurry up. Okay, that's not getting done in time. The delay there, maybe I should have plopped it over. We lost an hour and a half, but it's all good. It's not a big deal. So we do not have a full paper this time because we went for all these scoops, but we actually have some pretty good stuff anyways. I'm gonna print this one up here because it's got the influence points that I like, and it's a good story anyways. Record Ocean Wave registered. And then you get these quality stars if you have experienced reporters work on it. So this one has 3 quality stars, which is pretty solid for mid-game. Let's see if we can find a matching tag here. We have 2 incoming stories are going to have a matching tag, but obviously that doesn't help us. Adventurous, no. Any other society? Man, this is going to be a light paper, guys. Gonna be a light paper. Let's put this one here. Actually, and we can get a couple bonuses. There's our red herring for this guy. And yeah, it's a light paper, guys. Can you imagine printing? You go out to buy a paper, front page half empty, second page full, third page half empty, fourth page blank. I don't know how popular that would be. And we did not, get the illustration done in time. So 2 of our scoops are not complete, but that's okay. So this thing is going to end up over here. I'd rather get here if we can. Let's see if we can push this thing right at all. We have no right pushing stories. But if we move these off, so this is like a trade-off. Do we want to move this story off and lose the ×3 bonuses? I don't think I do. I think I'd rather have ×3 on all this stuff than, I don't know, fancy event, is that good? Maybe that's good. I don't know. We'd have to give up multipliers, though, to get that. Let's see, we've got 1. Now, you know what? I don't think we can get it anyways. The most we can move over is 2. Because we're only printing 2 left pushes. You see that? We have a left push. This is not pushing. Left push. So we can't even get this. So we're going to take the bonuses. 20 floors confirmed. That's... I don't know. People online were saying they felt like there wasn't enough space. I haven't felt that yet, but obviously I'm not in the late game. I haven't maxed out all the stations yet. So you can see this is not going to be nearly as popular of a paper as last week, but that's okay. It will still make money. It also depends on the building type you do. There's like a high-rise building with narrower floors, but it's cheaper to build upwards. And then the low-rise is the opposite. You know, it's wider, but I think more expensive to build up. And we're just on the default sort of balanced building. And they do get kind of expensive. I think that next floor was, what, like 15 grand? That's a decent chunk of change. Okay, so we took 4 from this lady. That's fine. There's our red herring, so he gives us an influence, a little bit of money. Okay. And we don't get the reward, but at least we dodge the penalty. So this next month, we're probably going to want to go left if we can. This is a lawsuit, and then these are competition penalties. Okay. Then since we have a presence there, we unlock this next one back here. And then I'm going to, by default, it keeps you on this one. I'm actually going to cancel out of that, although we can come back to it if we really want to. Okay, was that the mayor? Or, no, that was like Mafia, right? Yeah. Okay, so what do we have in production? We've got 1 sports story and 2 society. This might be doable. Do an educational, no entertainment. This one's probably also doable, no crime. Holy moly. Floor 20 costs you 1.6 mil. That's a lot of money. A lot of money in this game. I think this is doable, guys. We go for educational, no entertainment. I think that's doable. Make sure we don't have no entertainment in the pipeline. we actually have educational in the pipeline. So this should be easy to complete once we keep working on these stories. And then, so we have a lot of options as far as where we want to go. We want to keep pushing in on this lady. I think I do. I'm going to look for one that doesn't require... Okay, this one needs a cartographer. It's another thing. Actually, we could unlock that. Maybe we should. Oh, no, 16. We're too short. This would be cool to get some maps in our paper. Let's see what else we got going on. The lady said no entertainment, so that one's going to be hard to do. That one's going to be hard to do. Maybe we clean up one of these smaller ones that we were working on. Exclusive. Okay, we're just going to stick with this one since we already have this one. And then we're just going to try to hunt for an exclusive that's not entertainment. So let's start. And then I'm just going to do everything but entertainment. Drop this. I will go for this story. 2 influence point story is a no-brainer, in my opinion. A random society story we can drop. Drop. I don't know if this is worth it. Bribe and a lawsuit for a okay story. I'm gonna pass on that. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna get some stories here from our Telegraph guys. Okay, here's one. Here's our... We already have this one, but it wouldn't hurt to have a second. So I actually think we will do this. Because these are pretty good modifiers. We're going to stack a bunch of educational... Yeah, I like this. So you can go up there. This, on the other hand... So we actually, since we have a text editing desk, we can remove this modifier. But I can't be bothered because this story... this isn't worth a lawsuit. So, besides, is a sloppy landing... Is that really newsworthy, guys? I don't know about that. I feel like sloppy landings, as long as it's not a crash, don't sloppy landings happen, you know, daily? Okay, let's roll some new stories. Oh, here's a ship in the background. Yeah, okay. Hey, Purple, welcome to the stream. Okay, this is another not worth it story, in my opinion. And this one is a worth it story. Let's go send... this guy. Sure. This is News Tower. It's like a newspaper management strategy game set in the 1930s. It's kind of cool. Okay. Let's go send the illustrator. Oh, actually, so we have to choose here. So this is branching. Would we rather have a photograph or an illustration? Let's see what else we've got going. Thank you. Okay, we have one illustration here. I think I want the extra educational tag. I think this will synergize better. So I'm going to send the illustrator on that one. Yeah. Both are good, but yeah, we'll do that. And then... we're still looking for this thing, right? I don't think we have that. So I need to keep going through stories pretty aggressively here. Oh, Purple, are you talking about... I think I know the game you're talking about. It's been out a while now. But it's also on Steam. The one I'm thinking of isn't a mobile game. But it's sort of like a Sim Tower remake. I'm blanking on the name of it. Because Sim Tower is now old as the hills, but it was like an indie, like inspired by Sim Tower game. I want to say it came out like 8 9 years ago, like mid 2010s, maybe 2015, 2016, 2017, maybe. The tower management aspects are probably similar to some of those games, but the reporting stuff obviously less so. Yeah, Sharon, you know what I'm talking about? I bet if you Google it, you can find it. I think I still have it on. I never played it. I saw some people play it. It was one of those games that looked kind of interesting, but unfortunately, I just don't have enough time to play everything that looks interesting, and I never got around to it. I want this exclusive tag, so I'm going to keep going through these stories pretty aggressively here. Come on, guys, give me something good. That's not it. It's not it. Try again. That's not it either. We're gonna go through the entire storyline up here. Still nothing. Tough. Tough. Tower box. Okay, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Man, how are we not getting the scoop? We've now depleted 3 categories. We only have 4 stories left. We're getting to the point where we need to just, like, start reporting something. So let's see, we've got 4 in the pipeline. I think we just need to start reporting random stuff, unfortunately. And hope this thing turns up. Because I just need stories at this point. So let's do that. Maybe it'll turn up. Project High Rise. That's it. Yes, thank you. Was that the one you were thinking of too? Still no exclusive here. This is crazy. We've gone through the whole storyline up. Okay, finally shows up. So let's go see if we can get this done. We should be able to get this done. It's only Wednesday. So yeah. Man, she's pretty good at society. 8 society is pretty good. What happened to Sharon 1? We don't talk about Sharon 1. See, midweek we're out of stories because I went pretty aggressive there on story rerolls, but I think we did get it in time. Let's pay this bribe because we don't really have a choice if we want the story. Yo, Game Dev Tycoon, I heard that's another one of those games. It looks interesting. I never got around to it, but I've heard good things. Let's send you here and you here. No way we get lucky again. Okay, I think is that 1 or 2 spies? Okay. So another thing you can do that I haven't talked about is, so we really want to get this story done. I can prioritize these story elements, so these will get priority treatment in all the workflows. So I probably don't have to do that here since it's kind of next up on the list anyways, but I don't know, it's a habit. If there's something I really want, that's how I make sure it happens. Okay, oh, and we need to remember not to print entertainment. So like this story, and maybe... we can't print that. Well, I'll stay on it for XP, I guess. Yeah, but we're probably not going to print that. Yeah, Purple, this is... so I loaded up a mid-game save. We talked about that in the Discord this morning, and I was a little bit torn because the early game, it looks super simple. You start with just like a floor or 2, and your stories are super simple. It seems like there's not much to it, and then as you play, the game sort of like unveils new features. You know, it shows you, okay, there's this map. Okay, now there's these different people with agendas. And oh yeah, there's also a reputation system for your newspaper. You know, are you a informational newspaper, moderate newspaper, or a sensational, you know, tabloid type paper? And it's sort of like, but it's all kind of gated out in terms of time. So if I just started a run at 0, I don't know how interesting it would be. So that's why I decided on this. Now, that being said, if people are interested, I'm open to doing like some kind of challenge in this game, either like a 1 floor challenge, like if we unlock the high rise, which is over here. If I unlock this thing, like, and I could unlock this off stream, because I know people aren't going to be invested in a playthrough midway through. I get that. But if I unlock this to either do a 1 floor challenge, I think could be interesting, trying to like maximize your floor space to the utmost, or seeing how far you can go. Maybe I do a playthrough where all we can do is like crime, call ourselves, you know, the NYC Crime Gazette or something, and how far can you get only doing crime? And I think we could get farther than might be obvious at first, because you can get tag overlap. So you can get crime stories with components of other things later on. Now, starting out, it'd be a little bit tough going, but I don't know. It could be interesting, but also I think the 1 floor challenge are interesting ideas. So we'll see where all that goes. You know what? We can drop the entertainment segment of the story and keep some of the other stuff. So right here. So when I hover over these, you see how certain icons gray out? That's the stuff that would be dropped. So if we kill this, we're going to lose entertainment and inspiring. But that's fine because we can't print entertainment. So now we just have what's left. Yep, okay. Okay, so yeah, I'll do it real quick. Basically, the way this works, you have telegraph stations up here that report on different news events. You send reporters out, which are these guys here. You send reporters out on this map. You drag them over. Actually, we can do one right here. Let's send Maurice to go do this. And there's different types. There's like econ, politics, and society. He's going to go out for 11 hours, and then he's going to come back with a story. He drops that story off at these typesetting desks where they work on it, and then they pass it over to the assembly table. And when they complete on the assembly table, it's ready for printing. And then it's a little bit more complicated with photos, illustrations, and maps. Those have to go through either the dark room and then this repro camera into a chemical engraver, and then from the engraver down to the assembly table. So, and then once your story's ready and green, at the end of the week, you print it. Yeah, it's sort of like a supply chain. I found a graphic on, I think it was like one of the patch notes that explains it better than I can. You know what? If you're really curious, this thing, I'll put in the chat. I promise that's not a virus. Of course, that's what somebody would say if it was a virus. So click at your own peril. But it's just an image link from a, I think it's like a patch note or something from the devs explaining it. Because otherwise, it makes way more sense in that format than me trying to explain it. Okay, let's fast forward a little bit here. So here's our reporters coming back with a story. And the editor desks are optional on that. Oh no, it's nowhere near the level of like some of the dedicated supply chain games where it's like, 55 resources. It's not anywhere near that level. There is some more complexity in terms of like these agendas and tags and stuff like that. But a lot of that stuff's optional. Like when I first played, I didn't really get this reputation system and I kind of ignored it. And the game doesn't really punish you that badly for like either if you're ignorant of a system or just not good enough to play around it. So when I was playing through and basically ignoring this reputation system, I still had a successful run. And I think that's even the case with these reputation systems. You can ignore these. Just say you don't want to do these. You can skip it. You can just print whatever stuff you want. And, you know, as long as you're having fun, like that's what it's all about, right? You do get less profit. Yeah. If you want to min-max it, you want to complete this stuff. And that's why I do it. It also, if you know what you're doing, makes the game more interesting. But you don't have to. The game's kind of forgiving that way. You know, as long as you print something decent, you'll still make money. Now, you might be a lot slower to unlock, like, new features and stuff for your paper, but yeah. Being a right-wing or left-wing paper. I mean, it doesn't really frame it exactly like that. I think it's not, less so politics and more so, like, how much do you care about the truth? You know, because there's right-wing tabloids and left-wing tabloids and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it is a funny system. I'll give you that. And honestly, this part up here, I think if you stick with the category, you unlock these. I haven't even really done that. Usually, I just try to surf this thing to avoid the bad stuff and get rewards. So I wouldn't even say I've like mastered this system, but yeah, I don't know. Just in time for World War II. We were talking about that earlier. The news articles are actually mostly based on real events. I don't know if I can say all of these. Some of them are pretty vague. But like there was some coal mine explosion. When I first started the stream, we had a thing pop up for a coal mine explosion. And we Googled it. And sure enough, it happened that exact month. I think it was like, what, December of 32? And if you're like a history guy like me, that's... I don't know, like chef's kiss or whatever. There's so many people who wouldn't care about that, but I feel like if you're watching this stream, you might be more likely to care than most people. Okay, so now we have to decide what to print here. We've got quite a lot of good stories. I think we want to synergize. We've got 2 exclusives. And let's see, what way do we want to go? If we go all the way to the left, we can get... That's kind of mediocre. Police fines aren't a huge deal. And that's not either. Mostly I want to avoid the penalties. So let's see if we can push this thing left this month. Okay, so let's pair this thing with another exclusive. And what else we got here? So this is Society Inspiring Adventurous. We also have... We've got a couple more of these. You know what? We might be better off. What if I just put all these on the same page? Educational. So you can really, if you want to min-max this thing, you can spend a lot of time on it. You know, let's do that on the second page. I think I want to go like this, this, this. I think that's a good second page. We're synergizing the 2 illustrations. Those job numbers, those aren't looking good. And, okay, I think I like that for the second page. Third page, you're basically trying to match tags here and then make sure... Okay, we're pushing left again. That's what we were looking to do. Yeah, you get multipliers on all the pages, but the first page has the best one. Up here is ×3, and then the other pages is ×2. This one's going to push us right. We'll see if we want to do that. What other tags? Actually, you know what? On the third page, I want to put a multiplier on this influence. So let's do that. We'll put another econ story back here. And go to page 4. We could do politics back here, potentially. Like so. Okay, so this first page, any synergies? Okay, let's put this one here. This one has inspiring. That'll synergize. And then I think we're going to be 1 story. We have 1 story too many, which is not a huge deal. How are we doing on our reputation? We need to go 1 more to the left. so maybe... How do we want to do that? Maybe I move this down. Okay, that'll put us where we want, and then I'll drop in one of these last stories. Oh, is there a thing about Pluto? Where was that? Yeah, Planet Pluto. So we've come full circle on this one, guys. So, okay, now, since you mentioned it, this is probably... When was Pluto... Okay, so this one is... It was discovered in 1930, so this one is a little bit off time-wise. Of course, just because it was discovered, maybe it didn't hit the papers right away. But it's still... I don't know, that's close enough that I'll give them partial credit for that. Yeah. And then, okay, let's just grab a final story here. Doesn't really matter what we do, I don't think. We'll do that one. Let's make sure we're completing our agenda. Okay, actually, we're printing entertainment. That's right, we're going to save that one. We want that. Okay, so this is complete. This is complete. We're in this block. I like the look of this. Let's send it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe it was discovered and then had to go through like peer review or something. But yeah, even if they're 3 years off, I'll give them a bit of leeway. Okay, made some decent money. Of course, we gotta do payroll. Okay, we fully took over this neighborhood from the Jersey Beacon. Completed the society request, so extra couple influence. And then we are now an informational paper. I do like how you can just swing back and forth, you know, 1 month we're informational, the next month we're a tabloid. Oh wait, we're back to informational. Like, that may not be the most realistic thing, but maybe that's what they're trying to prevent with having bonuses if you stay in a category. Okay, another guy went senior. That's cool. Because I can't show it right now. It could be that those bonuses for staying in a category might be better than the penalties. Like maybe I shouldn't be just surfing to avoid penalties, but... Okay, let's take a look at our agendas here. Politics, crime, don't print crime. Guys, we have 24 influence, so we can unlock something. We could do cartography, which would be kind of cool, but I'm kind of thinking... I kind of think we should head to Europe. So this is a new type of telegraph station that I'll build once we have our agendas set up for this week. Now this week we only have 3 agendas. This lady is busy, so that's fine. Okay, politics, crime. This guy's willing to give us influence. And this one's don't print any crime. I think I'm going to do the Mafia guy. Print crime the most. So let's go find... Now, when you're starting out and you only have a few neighborhoods available, you can click through it like this. And that's kind of handy, but when you've unlocked most of the map, that gets a little bit tedious. So I'm probably not going to do that. Okay, it was reported faster. That kind of makes sense. 3 years is a big gap. It could be that they have, like, a shared pool of events for certain things, and then I think the ones that are the most accurate are the breaking news pop-ups. And because remember the coal factory explosion or whatever, that was one of the breaking news pop-ups. I think those are accurate to the month. And there was one for like Lindbergh. There have been a bunch of ones. I think there were some about like Babe Ruth. I think those are correct to the month. Okay, so print crime the most. So we want some kind of goal involving printing crime. You know what? This one looks pretty good. Several of these involve crime. Sure, let's do it. Okay, first thing we're going to do, let's get our European telegraph thing up. That's going to be up here. Oh. We're out of power. Let's get some paper. I'm going to build the generator over here and just wall it off. How would you like to work up on this floor next to the generator? Lights came back on at least. So this thing makes... here, let me switch modes. You know, actually, the heat and noise are not as bad on this as the printing press. Maybe that makes sense. Now, I don't mind leaving these negative modifiers in here because the only time people are going to be in here is to resupply the coal. So that's not the end of the world. I do think I want to put like another clock in here to extend this, and you can also get some accessories. Let's go to reporting accessories. Let's put a globe on the desk. And another world map. And then these guys love clocks. I don't really know why, but I'm just gonna roll with it. That's probably fine. Okay. And then we'll have to staff it. Here's our options. This guy is not bothered by anything. This lady recovers concentration. She's a lot cheaper. I'm gonna go with the cheaper lady. I don't know why there would be a whole lot to bother you on this floor anyways. Okay. So let's start looking for these stories. That's going to be crime, and I think, yeah, crime is the priority this week. Crime, society, entertainment. Okay, it's really those three. Okay, let's get some stories. Okay, let's see our lineup. So we've got 2 scoops. Triple murder, shock city. Let's do it. Let's do this one also. Here's our European story, our first one. So this is what I mean about, you know, does this not seem like a headline that was very well in newspapers in the 30s? Tensions rise, calls for disarmament grow louder. But look at how involved this thing is. Now, it is a branching path, so it's not quite as bad as it looks. But it's still going to be a 3 reporter thing. I think all the European ones have like a 3 minimum. So, and then here's the European, it's a silver tag that shows up on all these stories. Now, I don't know if this is worth doing yet. You get a lawsuit, there's no scoop here. We're actually going to punt on this story. We should get another one. And then I'm going to go report this crime story just because that's the priority this week. So let's go do this one. And then... well, technically that's another crime story too. This I'm just dropping. Okay. Okay, so we got 2 more stories popping up. Another crime story, but our crime reporters are all busy. I'm going to sit on that. And then we have a new European story. So this is a good one. I'm going to keep it, even though it has an injury, which sucks. Because 4 influence points is worth it. So we really have to kind of wait for our crime reporters to come back. Which they've done. Okay, you can go here. No spy again, that's what I like to see. You can go help out. You can go do this. You can see some weeks my system of having reporters in tiers, you can get kind of jammed up. So for example, this week, remember my categories, one of my blocks of reporters is econ, politics, society, and those guys are available. The other category is crime, entertainment, sports. They are probably going to be tied up all week. So, but I feel like that could happen any way you do it. So, I don't know. I don't know that there's a perfect way to do it unless you want to spend like a ton of time microing it. Okay, I don't know how we're out. I think I need to drag some coal up here. Might need more resupply guys. Okay. Let's get a couple reporters back. I should have prioritized this one more because this illustration is going to take a minute. But I guess better late than never. Okay, you go here. And you go here. A lot of crime stories available. Okay. They got our reporters back. This illustrator, this is going to be dicey if we can get that done in time. I hope we can. But we'll see. Okay, mobsters. I'm not super concerned with mobsters. Dropping that. We're missing one scoop. This appears in Entertainment and Society, so we should get it soon. Theoretically. Now notice, even though these match, this is not the scoop because it doesn't have the lights on it. So I'm going to drop that also. You can go here. Okay, 5 mobsters. It's actually less bad than it sounds, and I'll show you guys why in a second. Let's drop that, and I actually think maybe... Should we start reporting this European thing? I think I will. And so, this is one of the big differences with Europe. Choose how to travel. Boat, obviously cheapest, but here, let me back out of this for a second. The initial travel times, if you go boat, are crazy long, like multiple days, like 3 days just to report the story. Zeppelin, I haven't tried, but obviously it's sort of the cross between the two. You want me to do Zeppelin? I'm down. Zeppelins are cool. Yeah, sure. We'll do Zeppelin. You can see it still takes significantly longer than domestic, but that's better than boat. And then plane is the fastest. Plane, I think, is similar to domestic reporting. Okay, let's send these guys out. You can go here. You can go here. Oh, I hope this guy doesn't get hurt. This is where I need to get lucky. Oh, this is going to be brutal. 9 days. 9 days. That's the worst event. Okay, whatever. What are you going to do? Okay. Okay, so here's the mobsters are about to pull up. But you can do a little trick here. So they're about to get out. You can drag these guys around. So instead of standing up here, they're going to meet them at the door and just immediately start punting guys out of the building. So, because there's a stair travel time. These guys are like recharging. They're going to go back inside and they'll probably boot another 2 off the stairs. Come on, guys. Get up here. Okay, this guy's probably going to get booted. Let's go. Don't beat up my desks. Okay, there's one. Come on, this other lady. Here. I need to drag you on top. Don't wave at me. Why are you waving at me? Okay, they broke this assembly table. Okay, there he goes. The mobsters are annoying. And you can see the things that are held up are now in orange. That's because this table needs fixing, but we have a repair guy who's on his way down right now. So, okay. And yep, it's fixed already, so it's not a huge deal. Okay, do we have... let's send you over here, and then we still don't have our scoop, do we? I don't know if we're getting this thing. It's already Saturday. We're not getting it. Oh well. Now it shows up. Wait, that's not it either. I could have sworn I saw it. At this point, it doesn't matter. I could just start reporting random things. Because we're not getting it this week. You know, I don't know when Prohibition ends exactly. That's a good question. I do think we're getting close to it. Okay. Somebody wants to Google that. I know that's a history fail right there, but... I'm not a Prohibition expert by any means. And this guy that got hurt is our best sports reporter. He's still out for a week. That injury thing, I wish you could mitigate it. December of 33. Okay, so in what, 8 months? I bet I bet there's gonna be event pop-ups for that. Which is cool. You know what, you can just go report that, that's fine. Okay, here we go. Last chance must print now. It's midnight, so let's do it. Okay, so our mission is to print crime the most. That should be no problem. We got a ton of crime stuff. Our best story looks to be this one. Unless we want to maximize influence. Which I kind of want to do, guys, because influence is like the ultimate currency in this game. So I'm going to do this and put this influence story up here the most. Let's see if we get anything that matches this. This is society, econ, educational. I don't see a lot of that, I'll be honest. Let's go to the next page. Okay, so we'll put our previous headline here. This synergizes crime, tragic, and this is crime, gruesome. Yeah, this one's better. Because here you get crime, tragic, statement. Okay. Let's see. Get some synergies on that one. And then this is another kind of incomplete paper, guys. So we've met most of this stuff. Let's take a look. We're ending up in the middle with 11th hour. You know, that's actually a really good trait. I should probably put that on somebody. Not our best paper, as you can see from all the empty pages. I was really trying to get that inspiring, but didn't happen. Oh well. Send it. Three out of 4. Not too bad. Okay. And we're back to being a moderate newspaper. I'm thinking I should put that on one of our assembly guys, potentially. I think that makes the most sense. The final step in the chain. No ad revenue, better off being a YouTuber. Yeah, call the shot. And you haven't seen what ads pay on this platform. It might as well be zero. Okay, let's look at our agendas here. Okay, Society Lady wants inspiring. Mayor wants no crime. And we already have the European crime story in progress, so we're not doing that. This guy wants politics. Those are all potentially doable. Should we go... Yeah, we could keep going for this one. And complete the inspiring agenda. Yeah, let's do that. Yep. Which it's kind of a straightforward week, but the reason I'm going to do that is partially because I want to train one of these guys up. Either Mike, where's his skills? So he's... Oh, that's the wrong guy. Where's this guy? Oh, he's eating. Okay, we got Marty Griffin. He has 6 with Resilient, and this lady is 7 assembling with Nocturnal. Nocturnal's not that good. She is working on a story, though, and he is not. So I'm thinking we send Marty Griffin to get this 11th hour training. Where are you at? Marty Griffin. 2 days. Line worker could also be good. I think I'm going to give that to this guy. This is going to be kind of a chill week, so informant is kind of mid. Undercover is not bad. I think I want to put that on our best crime reporter, whom I think is this lady. Let's do that. It's kind of a chill week, just like training up. Okay, you go get undercover. Why did that not work? There we go, 4 days. Okay, so we're gonna be down some people this week, but that's fine. Our goal here is not a tough one. We're literally just looking for inspiring. So let's do entertainment and society. And I think, do we need to get more paper? No, we got a bunch down there. We'll get some more anyways. You know, I might get... another resupply guy. Where are those? Because I feel like our stuff is not getting moved around very promptly. Cheap, no strings attached. Yeah, sure. Seems good. Okay. All right, let's see what stories we got going on. Okay, got a new European story. So actually, guys, our scoop is in Europe, which means we're going to ball out here. We're going to take the plane. I should go get the discount for the plane. Mayday recast. So this is kind of cool, guys. Oh, we have to pay influence points to unlock the story. That's less cool. But we got to get the scoop. So is this actually a top-down view of Berlin? Can somebody, like, Google that? You know what? I'll Google it. Kind of zoomed in, so it's a little bit hard to tell. I don't know. Anybody really familiar with like Berlin? Because I've never been there. Is this right? Is this like a park in the West? Yeah, call the shot. And that's exactly, you know, if this was a city I knew, I could say, but I don't know Berlin at all. Some expert will let me know. Okay. Okay. The overhead maps may not be correct, but that's fine. Okay, and since we're still going to go for this tag because the more of these we can get, the better. Oh, we were asking if this was a correct... Is this... How accurate is this map background to that of Berlin, you know, circa 1933? We're trying to figure out, is it pretty close, not close, but vague resemblance, or zero relation? And I don't know Berlin well enough to say. I'm going to drop this story. Let's try to get something better. The rivers do kind of look right? Okay. Why is this guy hot? Is there like a heat issue? Oh, this is the loud guy. Everywhere this guy goes, this guy sucks. He works in, I think this one. And the machine's loud, so he doesn't mind it being loud. So when he's at his station, it's good, but when he's walking around, he's annoying everybody else. So that hits a little bit too close to home. Rivers are an exact match. Okay, that's cool. Okay, this has inspiring and photography tag. So this is up my alley, but look at this, guys. She's training for 3 days. Hands are full. This guy's still out for like most of this week. The injury is like the single worst tag risk, in my opinion. And here's another one. I'm gonna skip that. Okay. This is another inspiring. Sure. What else we got? Dump. Okay, this is another one. We'll keep... You can go here. And she's still working in Europe. Okay. Alaska does not look correct on this. It's a very style... I mean, look at the East Coast of the United States, guys. The East Coast is 2 polygons. I feel like this could have used a little work. If I'm going to give any feedback on this, the Gulf of Mexico has significantly more polygons. The East Coast of the US is looks like 2 angles meeting. It's a 1-for-1 for Berlin. Okay, so see, that's another cool touch. That's the stuff that, like, they didn't have to do that, you know, because like how many people care or are gonna like really like care and like B, even if you care, not everybody's gonna like go to the depths of finding out. Like if we weren't on stream, I'm not sure that I would have looked that up. So little things like that though, that's up my alley. And I like some of these like smaller like indie and like AA games, because they'll go to those links. The AAA games, even though like the budget's higher, but like I feel like some AAA games don't care about this kind of stuff. Like that attention to detail. I don't know. Okay, we've got 2 of these. Let's send you here. And like Tempelhof Field, that was like the field in Berlin, because wasn't the Berlin airlift done out of Tempelhof? I think that was in like West Berlin. I think it eventually closed. I don't think that's in service, but it was then, so. Okay. Yeah, AAA kills people's passion. You get people just going through the motions and doing like the bare minimum. Yeah. Yep, it's just a job. They don't care. They clock out, and I mean, it's not their fault. Like, I don't expect people, if you're working for a major game studio, I don't expect you to like have passion for it. It's just a job. Like, I respect that, because even if you do have passion for it, you're not going to get rewarded for it. Like, you're still going to be treated the same as if you do the bare minimum. So, okay. Okay, we got a wave of reporters back. You can go here. So by doing it this way, I actually think we don't have to pay the bribe. Oh, you know what? We should have done the bribe instead of the influence. So that was a mistake. I should have just gone this way and kept the influence. Oh well. Too late. Too late now. Okay, and so we can do the same thing here. We can skip the bribe by going this way. Looks like we got away with it. Nice. And you can go here. I think we're out of entertainment and society. Yeah, we are, so doesn't really matter what else we print from here on out. I can try to farm like influence tags. I'll skip that one because that is a bribe. But we're not like particularly looking for anything. Okay, so this one has influence. That's nice. We'd have a fine and outrage. You know, I can live with that. We'll keep that story. Okay. That's fine. Okay, another wave of reporters back. Let's go finish this thing. Okay, now we're in Ireland ends British oath. See, these European stories, they have like some pretty good rewards. 6 influence points is pretty good. I don't think there's a rush on this one though. You know what I could do? Let me check something real quick. Should we get a cheap plane discount? I don't know if this is a good use of resources or not, but I'm doing it. At the very least, we're going to travel in style. So you can see now the Zeppelin is almost the same price as a boat. Let's just ball out. We'll do the plane. You can go down here. Go up here. I think we're gonna do this story. I need this guy out of the hospital. This is crazy. This guy missed a week and a half from that, and this lady's still in training for another day. So yeah, that's kind of crazy. This story's kind of mid. Drop it. This one we will do though. Okay. Imagine if Zeppelin becomes unavailable. We'll just use the planes then. We did both. When is the Hindenburg? Are we going to get that? Or was that late 20s? No, that was 30s. That was 30s. I just don't know off the top of my head. Is that soon? Is that like 34, 35? Oh, 37. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get a pop-up for that. John Dillinger paroled. Okay. Your knowledge from HOI4 comes in clutch. It does. So it's been so long since I played that game. I remember it popping up, but not exactly when off the top of my head. I used to play Hearts of Iron like quite a bit, and I kind of like fell off the wagon a little bit. I kind of switched to U4. Okay, let's send this guy when he comes back. Do people call it Hoi? Hoi 4? I know, somebody mentioned that on a previous stream. Is that what people do, is Hoi? Or just Hearts of Iron? That shows you how much I play it. I don't even know how to say the abbreviation correctly. Okay, you say ho E4? Get a, it is the season to be saying that kind of stuff. Okay, let's go this way. Okay, this one I like influence points, but the injuries, I'm not doing injury stuff unless we have to. You know, the other thing, next time we get an injury, guys, I should just get a reporter desk, just put some like poor bum in there, and then just send him out. Because once you send somebody out, they get injured, it removes the modifier. So it'd literally be like a sacrificial lamb, like, hey, you know, welcome to the paper. Here's your assignment, you know, good luck. And then have the experienced reporter behind him, like, waiting. Okay, so, it's just 2. I'm dropping that European story. There's only a limited number of European stories. We might have gone through them for this month. I say CK3. Do people say something else? I don't even know. Okay, let's go get the influence here. And what else we got going on? Those stories are kind of mediocre. Well, so if you're just saying the words, then CK3 and HOI4, that would be parallel, right? If you're just, you know, pronouncing each letter. But yeah, the alternative, I'm not sure that I'm supposed to say that on stream. Okay. Oh, we do have one more European story. Britain secures Argentine beef. Unfortunately, it's another injury story. It's kind of mid. Pass. Cemetery looted at night. I might hire some more telegraph people. Maybe that's another expansion we should do. Just to sift through these things faster. See how much room we got up here. Actually, it's getting kind of cozy. Is it time for another floor? Maybe. Because we could do... You know, we have to buy them with influence points, which we don't have. So our options are... We can get another domestic station for 16, or another European station for 16. So, okay, we're kind of gated on influence points there. More so than space right now. Okay. Yeah, did we have any other stories we want to report here? Prohibition betrayed. Let's go for the influence points. I'm going to wait and send this guy because he's better. Okay. Okay. It's always time for another floor. We will do another floor. I'm not sure. So I feel good about our like production flow on the first level with typesetting and assembly. I feel decent about this flow. It takes a while, but there just aren't that many photos and stuff. You know what we might do next, just to complete the graphics thing, is cartography. Plus, guys, maps are cool. You know, if you're on this channel, not only do you probably like history more than the average person, you probably like maps more than the average person. So who am I to get in the way of our newspaper having maps? Okay, Sunday morning time to roll the presses. We've got 3, 6, 9. No, actually, we're going to do a couple more stories, and then we have one more. Yes, let's wait for this guy to come back again. No, we could send the other guy. You can go here. Oh, so you did... how big was your newspaper, Sharon? How many, like, how many pages and reporters did you have? I think I will split them eventually, but I don't feel like I'm there quite yet. It's so expensive to get additional pages. I mean, 64 influence to get page 5. Now, getting more reporters, maybe we should do that. You know, I could do, of course, over here. If I move this, could we fit a 4th reporter desk here? Not quite. That's unfortunate. We certainly could here. We'd be a little bit lopsided, but you know what? That's okay. So let's get... So this side is the econ side. And let's get the George Washington statue. Globe. And we'll do another solar system here. And so this guy, this is Econ Politics Society. Let's see if we have one. No. One drawback of this approach is you do have to re-roll, especially now that photographer is mixed in. I think with photographer mixed in, our odds of getting what we're looking for have gone down. But maybe having a photographer is not the end of the world. And maybe we do just start hiring random people with good traits. I see this. I don't know that this is a good trait, because taking longer to complete a story is not always good. We'll check next week on that. Okay. Okay, we've got... Okay, these stories aren't going to finish in time, so we can print. Okay, so our goals, the inspiring scoop, and then to combo inspiring. And here's our scoop. This is that story from Berlin. We can combo that. We have 2 other European stories we could do. The whole front page has European stories. And did we get the inspiring combo? No, I need to put... You know what, let's... We can get the inspiring combo on the next page. Like so. Okay, and then we'll do a econ page. Yeah, having a second photographer is not the worst thing in the world. I agree. Okay, so that completes that, and then let's see how our reputation is. Ooh, that actually is pretty good. Right on the money. I like it. Okay, let's do it. And you can customize the name of your paper. My first one I did was like Ruse Review or something. I did this for an achievement. There's an achievement if you call it the New York Times. So, and once you set it, I'm not sure that you can change it for that run. So choose. Oh, I have music off because I was like watching a video or doing a podcast or something while I played the other day. So I'll turn the music back on. Let's see, can I do that mid menu? No, I can't. Hang on a second. It gets a little bit repetitive. They sort of have one track playing the whole time. It's not bad. It's like background music. Also, I'm going to definitely train somebody on that. Because having like a foreign expert could be kind of good. Guys, what if we became like a European newspaper exclusively? Okay, I think I can do it now. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of like a trumpety jazz. It sounds appropriate for the period, but not something I would want to listen to indefinitely. Also, I guess I wonder if like during playtesting somebody was like, there's too many taxis honking, let me disable it. Whenever your reporters come back, they honk. So, well, the issue with doing that as a challenge is you have to go get to this thing. So remember, we're starting here. So you have to get here to be able to unlock Europe. So you mean start crime only and try to work east? Maybe. I'll try to brainstorm challenges. Because I do think a challenge could be fun. This guy wants us to print a lie. That's honestly pretty easy to do. I find these ones where it's like print one of this is easier than like avoiding whole categories, which can be a bit annoying. I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna print the lie. Okay, and then what do we have going on here? That's actually a nice story. Seeing if there's anything like real easy we could pick up. That one we've basically already done. It's kind of easy though. But I mean, we could do an easy week and like train somebody up. I think I want to get a cartographer next. We should be able to do that pretty soon. I was hoping to find something with this scandal tag, but that might almost be too tricky for this. Sharon, when that's the case, when you've got a great story but it's gonna break the thing, sometimes I just will lose the agenda and it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I take your point. You know, I think I'm just gonna keep pushing into this guy. Like we could do here. We could finish this thing off. Let's finish this. Let's get alarming. Okay, so our goal, we need a lie. Those can show up anywhere. And that's crime and econ. And let's get some more paper. You can get, there's like a paper factory somewhere. You can get discounts on paper, and that's probably a good call. It's in one of these things. Here, it's this paper plant. You probably save a good amount of money if you get these early. Paper auto order. That might be worth it too, for sanity's sake. All right, let's go check reporters here. So, this is 2 of the 3 that we wanted. This is politics and society. It's just missing econ. Oh, and quick study, that's a good trait. So let's hire this guy. And then this guy's pretty good too. So maybe we get an extra desk. Maybe I just pop it here for now. And we'll hire that guy as kind of like a jack of all trades backup. Okay. Okay, and we're gonna focus. Already did that. So we're looking for an alarming scoop and a lie. That should be pretty chill. Let's go get that training done for Continental Connector. The question is, who do we want it on? Maybe this lady here. She's pretty good. She's coming back with a story right now. So oh no, this is a telegrapher thing. Oh, I misunderstood this thing. This is a telegrapher thing. So really, then there's only one choice, and it's Sheila. Unless we were to change desks, I'm not going to bother with that. Okay, that's easy enough. I'm surprised it even... I guess it doesn't know which one we're going to do. Okay, Sheila, you're going to be our international specialist. Means we're not going to get European this week. Unless we put somebody else on the desk temporarily. Yeah, I can't be bothered. It's all good. We can do this story, though. Yeah, this is our scoop with influence points. This is exactly what we're looking for. We'll do plain, and we'll send our best crime reporter. Yeah, that's a good story anyway, so that's fine. Okay, since we have that done, I'm just gonna disable this, and we'll just get whatever stories we get. We are looking for a lie, though. And this one has a lawsuit. That's not anything out of the ordinary, in my opinion. We could get a photograph here. We could also do one here. Sure. We'll drop those other stories. Okay, let's send our photographer to that one. That's an okay story. Maybe has potential. I'm still not seeing the lie, though. But we do still have some time. We'll go do this story. Yeah, that's fine. This story has influence. You guys know I'm a sucker for influence. Drop that one. She can keep working in back to Berlin. Thought we had 2 photographers. Maybe do I need another desk for that? Because this guy... No, he's not the guy. It was, Did we end up not hiring the photographer? We just talked about it. Okay, so we just have the one and they're busy. Okay. Okay, I'd love to get a lie in this paper. Where are the lies at? Shouldn't be this hard to get a lie, right? Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, we'll finish that story. Send the photographer out. And let's keep looking. No lie. Here's a lie. But this one's a little bit tricky, but now we'll get it done. We'll prioritize the lie. Seems like a good way to run a paper. Alright, let's prioritize that, make sure it gets done. Okay, so the more lies we do, the more influence we get, but they're kind of rare, as you can see, so I'm not going to keep sorting for lies, I don't think. Let's just get stories done. Okay, she's about done. I think we just go for like filler stories at this point. Just see what we can get done. Okay. Okay, roller presses. I think we'll wait. What do we got? 3, 6, 9. Yeah, we'll wait for some more stories to complete here. What are my telegraph guys doing? Shouldn't they be working? What's going on with these guys? There's still 3 items left to research. They're just, what, taking the day off? What is this? Get to work. Not that it's a huge deal. I don't know why those guys aren't working, but they're literally just reading. They're reading papers at the newspaper. Okay, I think that one's completing Monday, so we've got all we're gonna get today. Okay, so we had print a lie and then this scoop. So, what do we want to lead with? It's a pretty good story. So is this. I think we lead with this. Get extra influence points. We can combo. Let's see what we've got. This one. Two combos there. And then this one's another 2. Okay, decent first page. Let's do... this society inspiring thing here. Okay. Don't see a lot of these other tags. Might just end up putting a lot of random stuff in. How do you like that photo of the Wall Street sign? that really adds a lot to this story, I think. Well, these... We kind of have a lot of random stories, so it's tough to find matching combos here. Here's one. It might be about as good as we're gonna get. Here's another one. And there's our lie. Just put this here, I guess. Okay. See how we do. Okay, that's fine. We avoid the competition penalty. Stay moderate. That's fine. And we complete both of these. Looks good. Hey, I've got a non-game related question here. Well, sort of. So I upped the bit rate and I have a better connection over here. I moved my computer. Is the stream, does it feel the same as usual? Does it feel smoother, better? What do you guys think? I upped the bitrate from 15,000 to 25,000. And it seems to be encoding pretty smoothly, no drop frames. But I don't know if that's noticeable, like, end user wise. Mayor does not like us. We're close to hated. We should probably do something for the mayor. Yeah, well, moving quickly on EU4, I think is less an encoding issue and more a von Clausewitz engine issue. Because if the game is dropping to 6 frames, then there's nothing I can do about that downstream. You know, I can have, you know, great encoding settings and great bandwidth, and if there's just bad frame chop from the game engine, you know, that's that's that. I think we got to do something with the mayor. This is a little bit low for comfort. Actually, we do have an upcoming crime story, and it's a good one. Never mind. Never mind, not doing the mayor. Society the most or politics the most? Also, guys, look how much influence we got from those stories. That's actually awesome. I think I want to go get... I want a cartography table. I think I want to do a second European desk. The European stories are pretty good. We could also get like some upgrades for the cartography desk. Maybe we'll do that. I'm gonna do this. Let's do a second European telegraph. Hopefully I have room for that, and probably should have checked first. And then let's do... I don't know if I have room for a telescope. I don't know if that goes on a desk or on the floor. I'll leave that for now. Okay. We could put the cartography to the test right away. That could be kind of cool. With a map. Politics. This agenda is kind of annoying. We can also intentionally fail an agenda because you don't really get punished for failing. Maybe we should do that. Which of these is the most annoying? Print society the most. Don't print any crime. Well, we're definitely not doing that this week. Red herring, that one's not too bad. You know, we might be able to do this. I'm just... Our reputation with the mayor is not good. Because, I mean, it's not that hard to find red herrings. I mean, eventually you can get one. You know, let's do it. And... let's try to get this map thing going. Failing agendas. Maybe this is like EU4. Yeah, some of the lines are funny. Yeah, you're being too honest. That's a bad thing. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's see. You know what, guys? I think we might be time for an expansion. We have the money. I think we can swing it. Before I forget, let's put... I'm going to put the cartographer desk here, along with drafting triangles up there. And let's hire a cartographer. So cartographer, crime, illustrator. Seems reasonable to me. And then, you know what we could do? There's our extra story. Let's put elevator access first. We could move this bad boy. Like so. Move the wall up with it. And then we could have international stuff over here on this side. Here, let's move that like so. Oh, and I think I need to give it a wastebasket. I don't think I did that. Okay, reporting. I think wastebasket is here. Here it is. Let's move the map over like so. And then we probably need some noise cancellation here. Let's try this prestigious. Oh, I just have one of them? Oh, I guess I just have one. I thought I could build a bunch of them. You can't. Oh, and I need... where's reporting accessories? Let's put a globe there. And then hire... Josephine. Looks fine. Okay. So that frees up this area too for whatever our next expansion is going to be. We could do ads. Those you can actually make pretty good money off ads. I think... How do we not have access to this thing? Well, maybe next month. Okay, so we're looking for this stuff and a red herring. So let's do econ, society, crime, entertainment, and that can appear anywhere. Okay. Okay, that's exactly what we're looking for right here. You can go here. Please find. Okay, that's kind of steep, but what are you gonna do? You can go up here. And you can go here. This story I'll pass on. And we've got a European story here. Kind of mid. No influence, nothing. We'll pass on that. Okay. Okay, let's check again. Hey, London, the tube. The tube has been launched. That's kind of cool. Okay, so I know London well enough. This is the Thames. So this does kind of look like London. Here's the Thames with all like the bridges and stuff. Okay. And this is... Yeah, we do have somebody who's undercover, don't we? Although our undercover person does not have society. I wonder if that matters. But we have somebody with undercover. I'm going to keep that one. Not keeping that one. Or that one. We got the discount, might as well use it, right? Something like that. Okay. Okay, this is not the injury, guys. Not the injury. Anything but the injury. We'll do this bribe. Okay, let's send... Okay. And... Okay. We got some reporters back. We go here. Here's our cartographer can get started. It's early enough in the week that should be done. Let's go get this done. So am I going to be able to do this if our undercover reporter does not have society tag? I guess we'll find out. I'll send this guy who's not that good. And we'll see. We'll see if that works. Okay. Okay, here's an injury risk. I hate these. Do we risk this guy, Jim? He's honestly, he's not bad, but he's... No whammies. No whammies. Okay, I think we got lucky. You guys know about no whammies? That's like an old reference. This is decent, but I think we want to go for scoops. Same with that. Okay. Profanity. I like how, like, They act like this. You have no choice but to put this in your article. Like, could the reporter just choose not to include that in the story? We need an editor to take out the profanity. Like, the reporter shows up like, you know, boss, I can't help myself. Like, I really popped off in this one. That story's not that good. We'll pass on it. Here's another map. Now I want to put maps in everything. Is this like Boca Raton, Florida, or something? Boca Grande? I don't know. Now I just want to make all the maps, but I gotta hold myself back on the maps. Yeah, reporter with Tourette's, exactly. I do good work, but every once in a while I slip in something I shouldn't. Okay, here we go. So I'm almost positive this is a real event that happened in July of 33. Let's verify it. Charles Herschel kidnapping. Also, guys, 200 grand in 1933. What is that today? Like 3 mil or something? Yes. Yep. The first result, if you Google that, the Oklahoma Historical Society, Herschel kidnapping. Led to 21 convictions. One of the first film trials. The family actually paid the 200 grand. Even though the guy was blindfolded, he memorized details, including the passing of an airplane at the same times, which led the FBI to find the hideout. We're getting way, way distracted. It would be 7.5 mil today. Holy moly. Okay, so this would be a crime boost. We're not really focusing crime here, though. I don't know that that's worth going all in on. But I don't know, we don't really have anything better to do this second with our crime reporters, so maybe we do it just... There's not really a downside while we're looking for other stories. So let's send it. Because we're still filtering through for this last inspiring thing. Entertainment, society. Drop. We could go get started on this thing potentially. This is, we're still off topic. I feel like kidnapping and stuff like that for ransom, well, actually a whole lot of crimes I feel like were simpler back in the day. I think technology has hurt criminals more than it's helped them, because it's another thing that, like, criminals, if you were to try to get away with something like that today, you would have to be really knowledgeable as far as, like, you know, only using burner phones, limited, like, electronic correspondence, and if you're not, like, knowledgeable and keep track, and also even stuff like forensics and DNA. I mean, fingerprinting's been around for a while, but now they can get DNA from, like, almost nothing. You know, it used to be you had to have, like, blood or something like that. Now they can get, like, DNA from, like, skin cells. You know, if you, like, brush something, like, the level of forensics and stuff, like, is nuts. So, like, that whole, like, kidnapping, trying to ransom that guy, I don't see that. I don't see that working out today whatsoever. I mean, it didn't even work out then, but it seems like they maybe could have got away with it if they picked a better spot, or, you know, had that guy obscure the location better. But doing stuff like that today, I mean, it seems like guaranteed failure. if law enforcement knows what they're doing, which that's I guess a big presumption. Well, I mean, now it's all about like do it white collar, and then it seems like these days, as long as you're like transparent about the crime and corruption, it's okay. Like just don't hide what you're doing. If you're corrupt in the open, then people will just say you're being transparent. So it's just, but white collar crime has always been, you know, the way to go. That's nothing new. That was the case, you know, in the 30s and certainly still today. Guys, we are not getting this inspiring tag whatsoever. Yeah, there's so many scams. Call the shot. There's the scams are crazy. Wait, are we gonna finish this in time? Okay, we're gonna finish this just in time. 10 hours. This guy's 9 hours. Okay. This is another decent story. I was really hoping to get this thing. I read this crazy story about a Bitcoin, this guy, he ran like a company that sells Bitcoin mining, like rental services, like I think sort of like a middleman. I don't know if they actually owned the miners or not, but basically this guy who's a CEO of a smallish Bitcoin related company got scammed out of a ton of Bitcoin. I want to say it was at least like 250,000, like maybe more. I don't remember the exact number, but it was this elaborate scam where he actually met up with people. I want to say it was in Europe. I want to say like Amsterdam or something like that. He met up with people a couple times. They posed as potential customers, like wealthy potential customers, and then they got him to install a wallet, and it was actually a legitimate wallet, but they somehow got his the like phrase or whatever you need for Bitcoin. They either got it off a compromised Wi-Fi like access point, or else they had somebody like who was able to see over his shoulder somehow, like when he set up the wallet. Because as soon as he put in, they were asking for like some sort of like test transaction. As soon as he put in the Bitcoin, they had some script that automatically flushed it out. And like stuff like that, if a CEO of a Bitcoin related company can get scammed, what chance does a normal person have? Let alone, I'm not even talking about like elderly people or people like, you know, less up to speed. If a CEO can get scammed on it, regular people have no chance. If like that's the level of sophistication, and then with it being the blockchain, like there's the cops aren't gonna, they can't really do anything, and they certainly won't do anything. Like this guy, he reported it and all he got was an automatic acknowledgement. Like stuff like that. It's like crime in 2025 is so crazy. Okay. How much time we got left? We only have 4 stories. It's Thursday. Yeah, I think if the scam is set up well enough, especially if, because different people are vulnerable to different things, if it's set up well enough and like focuses on like an area of weakness, I do think almost anybody can get got one way or another. Even if you're vigilant, like all it takes is like having your guard down at the wrong time, wrong place. But you know, at least with like some of the traditional banking system, you have recourse. With Bitcoin and stuff like that, like that guy's just out of luck. Like he tried texting the guys, as soon as he realized what happened, he texted them and was like, he knew what happened, but of course they just, you know, ghosted. They go off and you never see or hear from them again. Yeah, and yeah, that's exactly right. Nobody's, you know, 100% on it all the time. It's impossible. Okay, I always get so off topic with these streams, but it's all good. This is kind of like a chill game where talking about other things I feel like is interesting. Okay, so I'm not going to make the same mistake as last time, and I'm not going to pay this. We're just going to go the bottom route. That's why you like the streams, because it's variety content. 4 power pack signed. Diplomacy takes center stage. Well, that's not going to work out too well. Let's see. We're just not getting this, are we, guys? Let's go for this crime story since we have the bonus. You see how it's lit up? Crime stories are going to sell double this week. And we're like out of stories. We'll go for influence. Absolutely. And we're just going to complete what we got now. Did this thing finally show up at the last second? So maybe some of these are just like impossible to complete. Because we went through every story, I never saw this. I don't think I missed that. Maybe there's just a chance that it's not happening. Also, I need to refill our coal up there. We'll do the bribe first. Okay. Wow, a large delivery of coal, that was 1,200 bucks. I hope that lasts a while. Holy moly. Okay. Vatican signs Nazi pact. That did actually happen also. Not the Catholic Church's finest moment, guys. Okay. Oh, out of power. What are my supply guys doing? Drag that up there. Okay. I'm surprised you did a floor for each of these with like that few reporters, because this is not really that much of a bottleneck for me, I don't feel like. I don't know. So each floor, do you remember how many you had? Did you have like 3 or more? I'm assuming you had typesetting on the first floor. Did you have like 3 or 4? And then you had assembly on the second floor with like the same amount? I know it's been a while. You may not remember. Okay, are these protesters? We can do a similar thing with the protesters that we did with the mobsters. Bring the security guys down. They handle a little bit differently. They like escort them off the side of the map. See, like so. Catholic Church has had lots of not so fine moments. Yeah. I mean, that's certainly true when you have an organization that's centralized, because with like, I was raised Protestant, but so many Protestant churches, especially in the United States and where I live now, they're super decentralized. So you can literally have churches that are not affiliated with any national organization. In fact, you can have pastors that have no formal theological training, like no seminary. They call themselves word taught. And so if things go south in some place like that, it's just, it never makes, national news. It's just a local story. And, maybe there's a new pastor or the church, shuts down. Versus the Catholic Church, where it's so centralized, and it's been around so long, that you're totally right though. But I almost think they have the most bad moments, especially from a Western perspective like mine. I don't know about, other religions that much, but yeah, you're definitely right. They've had many many not so fine moments, and even not that like long ago, where it's one thing where you can say this was almost 100 years ago, but like the like child abuse stuff that was happening in like the 90s, and like when was that big, the Boston Globe, the expose, was that like the mid-aughts? I mean, that was only 20 years ago. That's not that long to be doing stuff like that. Like, you can't say, oh, it was a different time, blah blah blah. It was not that long ago. I don't think that flies, in my opinion. Okay, we can get this done. Sunday, Monday. Okay, we can get a few of these done. Wait, this thing just changed to Monday. The map took too long. I should have dragged it. Oh well. Is this one gonna finish? Monday. Oh no, this one is... That was funky. It went from Sunday to Monday back to Sunday. Mid what now? What? Call a shot? And I don't get that. I might have missed something. Or gotten distracted. 3, 6... Monday... Okay, well, let's print. Okay, let's... We actually have a lot of politics stories, so I'm glad we did that. How do we want to do this? We could go for influence again. Oh, I said mid-aughts. I think I said mid-aughts, meaning like the mid-2000s. That's not that weird, is it? Saying mid-aughts? Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, Sharon, I think now we're getting like super off topic. What was crazy about that isn't that it happened, because I agree, it does happen in all environments. It was the institutional cover-up and then the moving of the priests involved to other parishes. Instead of, those guys should have been criminally prosecuted and certainly kicked out of the church, never to be allowed back. Instead of doing that, it was hush hush, we'll move them out of the parish, make discreet payments to the families involved, sweep it under the rug. So that was, the old saying where it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. Because, yeah, the crime, to some extent, it does happen in those sorts of environments, unfortunately. But it was like the crazy institutional scale of the cover-up that went so high up. You had, bishops... I'm not saying, every pope knew. I don't know that for a fact. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But you had senior bishops that knew, and records of them knowing. And just shocking, really. That's what makes that different, in my opinion. But yeah, it does happen elsewhere, for sure. Oh, is Mid-Aughts, is that regional? Is it really? I actually didn't know that. It could be. We're all victims of our regions to some extent or another. All right, I think we lead off with this crime story, like so. That's a triple synergy. I like that. And what else can we do here? Any other good synergies? We've got 3 other crime stories. We might just do another crime page, honestly. Like this. And then it doesn't really matter where this story goes. And then this is a pretty good story there. It can go here. And we can center, actually, I want to put this other Europe one here to get extra influence. And that can go here. So everybody else says like mid 2000s. Is the aughts, is that a Midwestern thing, calling it mid aughts? I didn't know that. I thought that was like kind of universal, but I don't think it matters where we put these sports stories. Okay, so we got 4 out of 5, and we printed the red herring for those guys. So decent paper, although actually, police, fine, mobsters, or competition. I think I'd rather have mobsters. So let's see if we can push this thing one more to the left. Okay, that's pushing right. Swap these maybe. Actually makes more money up here. I'll just leave it. It's not that big of a deal getting the competition guy. Not that big of a deal. Okay. Start it. Oh, that it's an American only thing? Okay, well, guys, if you're watching my stream, you're gonna get American regionalisms. It's just gonna happen. I don't know. I like aughts more because to me it's more clear. Like mid 2000s, especially as we get deeper into the 2000s. Like into this century could eventually mean like, okay, does he mean like 2040, like mid-century? I mean, I know we're not there yet, but to me aughts is like very specifically like 2000 to 2010. I don't know. It's not that odd. I think you know that. I think you're playing. It's AU. Yeah, like Shayren did it. Just be glad I'm not calling it the naughties. I've heard that. 80s, 90s, naughties. I guess I just did. Okay, tell me we got some better agendas, guys. Okay, society, crime, although we really have to do this guy. Okay, no crime this week. At least that's the plan. This is a pretty tough lineup. Oh, they do say naughties a lot? Okay. I've heard it, but I don't say that. I think if I said that, people would be looking at me strange. See, we have 16 influence. What were we gonna buy? We got our second Europe thing up. We got our cartographer up. Oh, we were gonna do ads. We're gonna go full YouTuber on this thing. Yeah, let's hit him with just a barrage of ads. Okay, let's go here. Yeah, exactly. Yep, it's not like I ought to do something. Yeah, it's not. Which I don't say like that very often, like it was all for naught. I don't really say that. The only time I really say naughts is in reference to that decade. So you now that we've talked about it, it does seem a little bit weird, but I'm probably not gonna stop. So you guys are gonna have to deal with that. Okay. Let's see what's our plan here. So we actually, I think, what are we doing? Econ, entertainment, politics. Seems reasonable. And then no crime. Okay. Let's get some stories. Okay, let's start here in London. UK German deal. Let's get over here. This one's pretty decent too. And here's another one. We're gonna get sued, but so be it. We could do a legal desk. Actually, guys, you know what I should get? Even before ads. So there's a really good one over here at the courthouse. This thing. This thing. Super good. If you get this, I don't even know if you need the lawyer's desks. Which you can get, because this is how you're supposed to deal with the lawsuits, is you get a lawyer desk and they like process the lawsuits. I think they can also, if your guys get put in jail, I think these guys can help get them out. But if you get this thing, the lawsuits become like much cheaper. Okay. This kind of mid. Okay. Look at this pile of just junk on the curb. Okay. 1.2K. I bet the bribe is less than that. I think we take this bottom path. Yeah, okay. Are you talking about this map here? Name these states? That can't be for me. That's you must. Who are you talking to, Sharon? This is This is child's play. If you're an American, you should probably know this by like age 10, right? Oh, okay. Although I will say, guys, this election, can you imagine a result like this today? Like, that is a blowout. Okay. So we've got our scoops. We got to remind ourselves not to print crime. So let's focus everything but crime. Get this crime out of here. This one doesn't have to be crime. If we go up this way, it would not be. Oh, yes, actually, well... No, it wouldn't be. Even though they show up as crime, that you don't actually get the tag. So this way is legit. And I want the influence, so let's do it. I think you missed one. And maybe it doesn't come through on the stream well. There is one state in the Northeast. But I think you got the rest of them. Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, and Georgia. You got the southern states. Can you see this one up here? I don't know how well it's coming through on the stream. There is one state. It's not Connecticut, Sharon. Sharon, no, guys. Guys. Guys, you're Paradox gamers. That is not Connecticut. You guys need to get it together. It is Massachusetts, correct? Yep, it's Massachusetts. You know, what's funny though is I can't make fun of non-Americans not knowing that, because if you plopped a map of like any other nation, like a state or district map in front of them, you can basically pick the country and like 99% of Americans are going to fail. Like, it could be Mexico. The only one, honestly, that I could do is Canada. I know the provinces in Canada. I think all of them. But like Mexico, I could maybe get like 2. I don't even know with like European nations. Maybe I could get a handful. But the opposite, like so many people from other countries, oh, you know, here's California, here's Texas. Now in the Midwest, they struggle. But that's understandable. I mean, there's 50, and honestly, some Americans would struggle on a map. So but I think the only country that I would actually do okay on that is Canada, because there aren't that many. Like, there are some big provinces in Canada. Yeah, I feel like Canada's kind of easy mode. It's sort of a question of how you frame it, as far as like, if you showed me a map of Germany with the regions outlined and then a list of provinces, and I just had to like assign them, that's one thing. Now, if it's just a empty map, or even if you have the borders but no names and just off the top of your head, how many do you know? Okay, that's way harder. And then I guess the expert level would be, it's a blank map of the nation, draw your own borders and name them and get the capitals. And now we're talking. All right, let's do this bribe. Wait, okay. I looked down for a second. I wasn't sure what happened. Yeah, that's true. Call a shot. I mean, you almost have to look to find those. If you just look at like, you know, I want to look at a map of France, you're not going to see the what's there's a French word for it. It's not like provinces. It's like departments or something. You guys know what I'm talking about. But you almost have to look up like, okay, department map of France for that. Because I like that they have these locations. Like, this is kind of cool. I don't know. Oh, is it regions is like the state level and then departments is more, even smaller? Okay. Okay, I think we've got our stuff. There's 11 stories left. It's always a question of like, when do you want to switch over to just printing everything? Well, we can't. Oh yeah, we can do this one. That's right. Like, do we hold out for better stories? This story's okay. But like a 2-tag story here, is this worth it? Maybe. We still have a decent amount of time. There's 11 stories left. Let's drop these. Okay. Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. So I've actually been to Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. This is not a map of Wauwatosa. So I can't give them unlimited credit. Not that Wauwatosa, it's like a suburb of Milwaukee. It's not huge, but also I'm not sure that there was a PGA championship there. So this stuff does not line up 1-to-1. I'll say that much, but that's okay. I wouldn't expect it to. I think it does better than it probably has any right to, honestly, for an indie game. Okay, do we care about this one? 8 stories left. Drop it. Italy occupies Greek islands, so we don't have a diplomat. I wonder with these stories, like if you don't have the diplomat, can you just go here and then your story ends? And you just don't have a chance at this? Because this is the best reward, is this 3rd tier. This one's doable. Maybe we just Zeppelin this one. There's no time crush. Dutch East Indies. Indonesian independence. What could go wrong here, guys? Okay. Now we're really going off the rails. Ship records record high sea wave. Pacific Ocean. It's here. This is like the South Carolina, like Georgia coast area. What? I guess maybe you could say there's like a naval base there that the ship is out of. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. This is better. Lake Washington. Is this like crew, like the rowing competition, like the book and movie, all that, like the University of Washington? It kind of looks like it could be. It's actually a decent book and movie if you're into sports stuff at all. You know, we're really off topic now. I don't even know if this is worth it with this diplomat thing. I don't think it is. Okay, we can't print crime. I need to remember that. We have a... No, actually, this is the one that fakes me out. This is not a crime story. Even though it looks like it is, it's not. Yeah, okay. Confusing. Of course, we're now at the point where this story would not even be done. So it's fine. What happened to that, what happened to that story? Wasn't there an extra segment here? Did we just lose that because the end of the week? I thought it carried over. These are not going to be done anyways. Okay. Print this bad boy. Okay, let's go. Let's lead with one of these big influence stories. Okay. And we could even do a third. That's a pretty good synergy. Front page is all European. Where is that? Where's that U-boat? Oh, is it in the Museum of Science and Industry? Because I've been in that one. Yeah, the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago is actually a pretty cool museum. They've got it in like its own exhibit. Okay. Yeah, that thing's pretty cool. How do we want to do this? Let's get some more influence here. Not seeing a lot of synergy with that. We did finish this crime story, but I'm not going to print it. Tough week for synergy here. And this one. And... This is not the best paper we've ever put out, guys, so I'll be honest. This is a thoroughly mid paper. It's like half empty. 3 of the 4 pages have an empty slot. Okay, the good news is we're into sensational and we have the rapid repair thing, which actually looks pretty good. And 308K, you know, we're still making money. Yeah, I went to that museum. It's been a couple years ago now. But I was in Chicago for a wedding, and we did the museum as part of that. It was fun. More senior employees. And there's the ad agency. It was a couple years ago. Maybe... And I want to say like two or three, maybe I think 3. Been a little bit. Okay, so we just unlocked ads. I wonder if you can do it like an entirely ad-based newspaper. I don't think you can, because the way the ad system works is you unlock ads based off how well your previous stuff does. I don't think you were at this wedding called the Shine. It was a pretty small wedding, like in my family. Unless you're secretly someone in my extended family. It'd be funny. That would be funny. Okay, they want entertainment? Maybe. Well, we don't have entertainment currently on the docket. We have one politics, kind of a mix of stuff. I haven't been able to showcase my single favorite agenda, which is to get scoops, and then you just go for the biggest, you know, 6 scoop thing you can. And it's like 2 influence for each one, so you can get like 10, 12 influence easy. These are all kind of mediocre. Okay, we got 1 politics lined up. We have 1 crime lined up. No entertainment lined up. 1 society lined up. Although this one, yeah, we'll do this one. It's fine. Oh no. Town Hall refused your wedding because your cousin. That doesn't sound good. Okay. This one we've already done all 3. Okay. So this can be a society focus paper. And let's get... Where do we want to put our ad desks? I might do... I might do 2. Okay, I've got an idea, guys. So I think the janitor, like, repair lineup is getting moved up here. Let's give them like a bathroom and stuff, the usual wallpaper. I'll give them some lights. What else do we need? Water cooler, toilet, vent, vent not take, there we go. Sink is in here somewhere. I'll give him a clock out here. Okay, so that's going to be... Okay, maybe we don't want text editing up here. Actually, I'll leave it up here for a second. So what I'm thinking is this side over here is going to be the new... actually, let's bring it all together. So this is cartography, illustrator, photographer. Maybe we put in like ads over here, and maybe we bring the text editor down. See how much room we have. This could maybe go over here. Add sales desk. And then sales chalkboard. Put this up. Okay. And let's get some trash cans. How is this a comfort item? Seems a little bit weird. I think the illustrator and all these guys. Can I not put one there? Is there already one? Why can't I put a trash can underneath that? Maybe the game's trying to tell me something. And as far as text editing, man, we really haven't used that much, have we? Okay, so ads. So now it's open. The way the ads work is at the end of the month, you'll unlock ads based on how many stories you run in a particular category. Oh, we got a couple old news things here too. So I'll show you. And did we want to train our repair guy? Probably do. Anne Hughes. Okay, where is she? Hope nothing breaks in the next 4 days. Okay, and this is, yeah, this is Society Month. We'll just run on like every society story. We don't even have any ideals yet. Can't lose something you don't have. If we'll go with this one, it's a better tag. And let's see what we got going on in Europe. So this is an econ story with influence points. Let's take a Zeppelin. This is a society. Okay, risk of injury. You guys know how I feel about that. Maybe we do this bottom side. Oh no, we gotta do it all. I'm not risking injury for that. It's not good enough. Okay. What kind of headline is this, guys? Columbia having... This is a back pager. I'll tell you straight up, that's a back page headline. Columbia summer school sessions. Hold me back. I wonder what airfield this is. I wonder if they're going to say. Okay. Not sure if this story is worth it. I don't know if we have anything better to do. Let's do it. We're out of society articles. Oh, this guy's captured. Fine, lawsuit. Do we have a lot of crime stories? We've got... We could switch over to crime. See if this is worth it. We got this 4-leaf clover thing because we got the upgrade. Okay. Okay. Well, we got the upgrade now, so I don't know if it's all luck. Okay, who's the sacrificial lamb? This is where I need the luck upgrade. Oh, we still got it. We still got it. First ascent of Soviet Peak. It's a pretty high. Wonder which mountain this is. It's crazy high. Somebody want to look that up? What Soviet peak was at like 7,500 meters? Is that in the Urals? I didn't even know the Urals got up that high. On it. Thanks. Okay, we're going for crime now. Although these stories probably aren't getting done in time. Oh well. It's XP. I don't think you pay a cost to send them, so you might as well. Is that in the Urals, Sharon? Three, 6, 9. Actually, do we have 12? Oh, we've got a couple old stories. Let's give it today. Okay. Okay, let's print. Oh, it's in one of the Central Asian breakaway countries. Former. I figured it was like former Soviet states. I didn't think the Urals were that high. Okay. Okay, so our agenda, print society the most. I think we'll do that. What's our best story? Probably this one with the photo. And what else we got? Sports. This is old sports. Let's see if we need to print any old stuff. Don't think we have to. We've got 2 European stories. Let's put that together. And what else we got going on here? We could put some crime together potentially. It was formerly named the Communism Peak. What a name. Communism Peak. Oh. Okay, we've got... I kind of wish I had an extra page here. We went through so many because this is a good combo. We could do like another full society page. Like straight up. This story's not that good. Maybe we drop that story. Something better, maybe. Lapse these. I don't actually know the best way to lay this thing out. We'll put society there, I guess. No, that's no good. I'd love to have an extra page here. This doesn't really need to be there. Exactly. Where's our capitalism peak? Feeling left out. Put this here. Okay, this front page. Sometimes this gets tricky. Like, what do you put in? What do you not put in? We are gonna have to move it. Birdcage, interesting. We want to move it left. What's the best way to do that? Maybe move this. Wait, did that not help? No, these are all stories to the right. Do we not lead with this story? Or do we go with something left facing here? The only left-facing stuff I have is old. I think. It's unfortunate. but it gets us out of the penalty area. And let's just print something, guys. Okay, it's a full paper. We complete our missions. That's good enough. This is making me sad. Okay, so here's the advertiser thing. These are the different ads you unlock. So we unlock 3 ads. Okay. Got a lot of influence. Do we... how much is this next? Okay, 64, that's a lot. I have no idea if these neighborhoods... So I recognize like some of them, because I've been in New York City a couple times, but nowhere near... I don't have the knowledge anywhere near enough to like say. But yeah, it'd be funny. I'm sure some of these have probably been like subsumed by like the metro area. I don't know, it's a good question. Okay, let's see. Entertainment the most, that's a problem. Does this guy still want politics? That? Man, we've got 1 story, that's not a ton. This guy wants crime. These agendas are not ideal. We have no entertainment on deck. We have 2 crime stories, but 1 is going to be old. And we have 1 political story. Let's do crime, I guess. And we already have 2 out of that 5. I think that's good. Okay, I want to show you guys ads real quick. Okay, so the way this works is this is a 2-part ad where you have a sales guy or lady. When she's done, it's going to go to an illustrator because it's an illustrated ad. Then you have ads like this one that are just written word only. And obviously that's cheaper. So... okay, we want crime. Let's get some paper. Okay. Whoops. Let's check Europe first. Well, the ads have synergies now. They have usually I think 1 tag on them. But yeah, sometimes you're better off with a story. I agree with that. Okay, that's decent. Not really what we're looking for. Let's go look at the states. No. No. Okay. Okay, so this ad's going to the illustrator. Go work the other ad. Where's our bird cage? Is this pretty good? 25% noise, that is kind of good. Alright, let's check our stories again. I thought we sent somebody to Europe. Did that story expire? We paid for plane tickets for an expiring story. I think. It's kind of bad. Kind of bad. Okay, this we do need. So let's go get that going here. I would not call this high-level gameplay. Let's leave it at that. I know enough to be dangerous. Okay, let's go this way, obviously. And... so we have the investigative tag and then the revealing tag in the works. So we just need fame. It's entertainment, politics, and we do need to print crime. So I should send out some crime. Exactly, fly over to Europe and then you get telegram. Actually, we screwed up. Come back. Just kidding. We do need some crime stories, but I'd also like to get a fame story if we can. That's not it. I don't know what a one-pot Sunday means. Hey Pandar, this is called News Tower. It's a newspaper management strategy kind of game. You run a newspaper in the 30s. It's kind of cool. Let's go do this one. No, the journalists can't. They can get injured badly. How's this for breaking news, guys? Esquire publishes its first issue in October of 33. So that would be entertainment tag. We have some entertainment stuff in the works. Not sure if that's worth it. Still looking for our fame tag. Might not get it. Bribe time. What does one pot Sunday mean? Am I missing something on that? You guys understand that? Here's our fame tag, guys. Like a potluck kind of thing? Maybe. I have no clue. Okay, so once she comes back, we'll go to that. And then we'll prioritize this to make sure it gets done in time. Where is it? Here we go. Wrong button. This button. Okay. And we got a lot of stories in the pipeline, guys. Look at this. We could use another page. Did we do all our ads? Yes, we did. Okay. The idea was that families should voluntarily save money by not buying expensive roasts and instead give those savings to start organized charity drives, like the Winter Relief Fund. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Babe Ruth's final pitching appearance. I think he kept playing as just like a was he like an outfielder? Did he switch to like the outfield? Because he kept hitting for a long time. Even after he stopped pitching, he kept hitting home runs. But I think he stopped pitching but kept playing. Like, this is not his retirement from baseball. Yeah, that's what it seems like anti-depression, like, yeah. Feed the poor without the government spending more money, like offload it to like charities and citizens generally. We have so many stories. I think I'll just let those sit. Finish this one. Okay, I think we just print right away because we have stories out the wazoo, even though some of these are old. Okay, so print crime the most, and then we've got all these different tags. So let's lead off with, we have 2 picture tags. What direction do we want to go with this? Left, maybe? DC3, guys, it does look like a DC3 somewhat. Okay, What other tags we got going on here? We've got econ. This is what? Unveiling. Defeat. Here's another defeat tag. Let's just pop it in there for now. You thought it said pitching with a B. No, didn't mean to. I might have. Okay, let's put the European thing here. And pair it with another Europe story. And what else we got? We got a bunch of crime stories. Because I need more room. See, here's a crime tag on an ad. Vince Vaults. No mobster breaks our locks. I kind of like that. Man, we need another page, don't we? Let's put this one here. And this one here. We need more crime in here. Here's crime. There we go. So that's enough crime. We could do one more bonus here. So we could put the ad in. I don't know if I want to leave influence on the table. Where can we stick this thing anywhere? If we get one further to the left, we get a weird candle thing that I probably won't use. Kind of want to do the cool ad, guys. Because, okay, let me show you the ads. Just text, 11,755. But if we do this one... Wait, I thought there was supposed to be an illustration on this ad. Ooh. What's the illustration? What? There was an illustration component. Okay. I don't know how that works. Let's put the crime ad, I guess. We run this outfit. We run it all. Oh, and we... Oh, no, we didn't finish this one. Oh, no. We didn't finish this illustration here. Oh, I thought we had everything for this one. That's unfortunate. Oh, well. What are you gonna do? Print. Four out of 5. Oh well. This mayor influence is getting pretty low. No, I haven't either, Sharon. I'm not sure what those are. Another senior employee. I think we need a boost with the mayor. This is bad. And we just stick with that. Okay, well, it's actually, guys, it's getting a little bit late here. I think I'm going to call it. So this was just sort of like a checking out stream. I'm not sure if I'll do a challenge for this or not. If I unlock that low-rise building, I'll think about it. It could be this is just a game that I play off stream. Sometimes it's not the world's deepest game. I suspect once I like clear out like both competitors and get some achievements and really like complete the game, I don't know that I'll do another run. We'll see. But I don't know. Let me know in the comments if you guys are interested in some kind of challenge run or if you'd rather just see a different game. But yeah, anyways, that's News Tower. It's a fun game. If any of that looked like it might click with you, I'd encourage you to check it out. Right now it's $20, so it's nothing crazy. Yeah, fun little game. So thanks for hanging out. See you guys in the next one.